Yo, what's up, Rashid? How you doing, fam? Yeet. All right, man. You came in here quick. Love it. Doing great. How have you been? I'm all right. I was watching another YouTube video today that was going over something I wasn't paying much attention to that HASAN was involved in, and my brain almost melted and leaked out of my ears again. So I'm officially starting a new research project for the people that come into my stream. I might literally keep this title for, I mean, at least a month. I don't know. We'll see where I decide to go with this, but I'm genuinely curious to confirm my particular explanation as to why people fucking watch HASAN. Yes, let's go. Part of the reason I want to ask this to as many fucking people as possible, so spread the word, all right? Go tell your friends to come in here and talk to me. If they watch HASAN, tell them to come in here. Just answer my poll question, all right? I'm not gonna argue, make you feel like shit. But I want to know, all right? I want to actually ask as many fucking people as possible who watch HASAN, why do you do that? Because my suspicion is that a lot of the answer that is given will be because you know he's a leftist and you know he cares about people and blah 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 blah. That's what I want to find out. Because frankly, I was on the drive home today and I was thinking, you know what? HASAN is actually a criminal in some sense because he is literally giving people brain cancer. And oh man, it amazes me how slippery and stupid the shit he says, like basically all the time is. It's amazing. It's amazing. Anyways. So there's my premise for this new research project. It's probably not going to go anywhere, but I'm going to try it out. If there was some way for me to like pass the line to more people, like quickly, I would so do that. Yeah, San lowers the IQ of his viewers, eager to see what the people think. Yeah, for sure. Entertainment, I guess, could be another one of them, but I feel like that's just too easy. Yeah, there are so many things you can watch that any given individual can watch for the sake of entertainment that I don't think that's actually the answer. There's got to be something tied to that entertainment that actually keeps you coming back. Because I watched him for a brief stint because I thought he was entertaining. And then I started to hear more of the shit he said, and I was like, what? And I started to see more of the way he treats people, and I was like, what? This is not for me. So we'll see. I guess there could be multiple reasons, and then the task is going to be to determine which is the predominant reason. And also, what is anyone supposed to actually do about it? That's a toughie. So anyways, that's where we are. What you been up to today? Not much. Played COD with a few friends. Human Rights Day in South Africa. Nice. Wait a second. Are you telling me that you are from South Africa? Do I get to add someone from Africa onto my globe when I get a globe? Sweet! Yes! That is awesome. Okay, let me add you to the list. Yeah, what I want to do. Hey, what's up, Hacks? Wow, haven't seen you in a while. How you doing? One of the things I want to do is like I think I want it to be a globe, okay? I think I want to get a decent sized globe, like right here. Been busy. Fair enough. That I can like put pins in to represent like where my community is in the world. Not like literally down to the city or town necessarily. I'm not trying to dox everybody. But just general location, like country, province, state, that kind of thing. So, actually, I should look for a globe right now. Still working on stuff, actually? All right. What are you working on? Rudder pedals. Is that like the little like sim setup you're trying to get going? Are you trying to also are you trying to do that because you want to play like is it a flight simulator? I saw you were trying to play Doom on the or the joystick thing. Elite Dangerous. Ooh, that sounds both elite and dangerous. Let me look it up real quick. Oh, yes. Okay. I got you. I may have done Doom 2 with a joystick for a bit. Yeah, how'd that go? Was it like actually painful? on your hand or your wrist or something. Wrist and arm. Yeah, that makes sense. A lot more movement than using a mouse. Yeah, I imagine, yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, okay. I want you guys to see this real quick. Maybe you guys can help me shop for a globe for our global Twitch / YouTube / Facebook, even though nobody is on Facebook community. Think we should get like something like this on its own freaking stand. $377, dude. Yeah, imagine using Facebook. All Facebook is for me at this point is a way to every once in a while see just a couple things that family and friends are doing, and then another outlet for my stream. That's it. It hasn't helped me yet. Not sure it will at all, but that's okay. I was gonna multi-stream anyways. Just another messaging service? Fair enough, yeah. I was gonna multi-stream anyways for the sake of being able to stream to YouTube, which is obviously a superior platform in a number of ways to both Twitch and Facebook. Ooh, this one's illuminated, fam. I hope it doesn't show my cart with all my dildos. I was thinking if you could add any other platform to multi-streaming, would it be Trovo or TikTok? I've never heard of Trovo, and I suppose TikTok is technically viable, but only when I'm like sitting here doing a live stream or sitting here doing a full cam or something where I can, you know, sort of, oh my God, which way do I turn my hand? There we go. Yeah. Where I can do this and have it in portrait orientation. I don't know that that works for games. Yeah, I think this this illuminated one looks pretty neat. Oh, it's got constellations over it. I don't give a fuck about the constellations. You're all my constellation. You're all my stars. I want to connect the dots of you. Let's try and find one that's a little cooler. I think we can do this. Let's not be too hasty, okay? I actually... Dude, where'd it go? I have this. This is in my office at work. It is not that nice. Like, it doesn't hover evenly. It's more like the ball hangs up kind of like up here because it's a kind of weak magnet. Well, it's kind of a weak magnet and a strong magnet at the same time because it has to be super close up there, but also it'll tap to it so fast. It doesn't really unless you have the camera over or under the gameplay. Yeah. Yeah, kind of like the two TikToks I've already posted, right? Is that what you mean, Hacks? I like this one, dude. I know it's 377 bucks, and I'm not, unless, oh, also it's weird patterns stuff. Never mind. I was gonna say, unless you guys want to donate to me to buy a fucking $377 globe. Not that one, though. I don't want that one. Like, hovering not directly in place. Yeah. Exactly. And like, it can freely spin, but again, because of the way the magnets are, if you just ever so slightly tap it the wrong way, it snaps up and hits the top. And then you gotta pull it off and get it right in that little sweet spot to keep it floating. It's not great. It's really not great, but it looks cool. The lights are fun. Hey, something like this could be kind of cool. I wonder if this is something that you can do, like light changing or something. Nope. Like not. This one's kind of neat though. I like this. Hey, check this out. Selling point. It's got a Wadden base. High quality materials, obviously. I love translation errors like that. That stuff is fun. Kind of like that one. You know what? I'm gonna add this one to the cart and consider it. Oh look, there it is again. Huh. Oh, I need to make sure of something. Yeah, okay. Right. There needs to be enough space on the arm for pins to go through it without getting caught. That would defeat the purpose, wouldn't it? Yeah, there we go. Look, see, it's more like that, right? This is a more honest representation. Now, I had the black and white one that we saw earlier, but this is a more accurate representation of the float. We'll look at 2 pages and then I'm done. Oh, this is the one. I wasn't quite sure which one I wanted. This is it. Yeah, okay, just kidding. Hey, only 260 bucks. If it didn't have the weird art stuff, I'd be more tempted to consider that one. But I'm moving on from it. Jesus. That's that weird ass unique art shit. Okay, any unique art. I don't know why I didn't look at that. Hey, look at that. Magnetic world globe with magnetic pins. It's not the one I want. Ooh. I like the color scheme of that one. But those aren't great reviews, especially for how few there are, and it's only 30 bucks. So this one's kind of cool. But the other one lights up. All right, well, the one I found might be the one. So anyways, glad we accomplished that. What are we on to next? Dude, I keep gaining followers on Hover with my first video. It's actually way better than TikTok in the sense of followers. All right, where'd everybody go? Why did it get so quiet so fast? Okay, I'll keep talking. Saying nothing. But just talking. Because apparently, that's the way You get people to hang out in your stream. Just talk about random bullshit and make stuff up. And then you make all of the money. Learn from the best. Hey. Cut that out. All right. Oh, hey, I'm getting some action on my TikTok. TikTok traction picking up. Well, I guess I'll say kind of, okay? Because one of the comments is someone who's already a part of my community, which I'm glad about. I'm happy about that. But the other comment is from someone new. That's pretty cool. Yeah, good stuff. So let's just look at the actual numbers, okay? Stop it with the sound, damn it. There we go, we'll do that. Oh. Okay, yeah. So up to 423 plays. That's pretty cool on my new one. 22 likes. All right. And a couple comments, so that's pretty cool. My first one stopped at 628 views, or slowed way the hell down, I'll say. And the 3 comments were just all 3 people that are already a part of my community. Yeah, well. See how Hover's doing. 57. It's not great. So it's got 57 plays. 12 hearts in 57 plays is definitely better in terms of like per view percentage of likes. So that's neat. And I did get 1 comment. Pretty cool. Then you go to this. Mucho more plays. That's nice. You know, I just realized I did the circle this time. The circular frame. Crazy damn, pop off. Yeah, you right. Oh, no, not report. Give me that heart. Oops. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Rashid. Rash Bash. You have no followers and no likes? Ha. We can fix that. Now you do. Okay. So there is that. And I swear, gets negative likes. Yeah. Honestly, I am surprised with respect to the particular videos I have put on YouTube already and the particular topics covered therein, I'm surprised I haven't gotten any dislikes yet or any shitty comments yet. Particularly like the Don't Say Gay Bill review one, where I basically said, like, I can see how some of this is problematic for sure, but I don't know that the uproar is warranted. Nobody's taking issue with that. I almost thought they would, and I'd have something to engage with. Apparently everyone just agrees with me so far, which is fucking lame. Why does everyone agree with me? My target audience is not people who already agree with me. Except, of course, I like good people, generally speaking, in my community, of course. Just because, yeah, that's all I've got so far. I'm trying to figure out, how do you make an audience member out of someone who disagrees with you, you know? I mean, I know people have done it, but through what I understand to be methods I don't want to employ. Like, just generally speaking, being an asshole. See individual in title. Hax, do you watch HASAN? Rashid, do you watch HASAN? I see 5 viewers up in chat. Who here watches HASAN? Hax does not, okay? I want to watch this shit take off because we got more interaction and engagement. Let's go. Get me up to 1,000 plays. All right, well, never mind. Everyone's just being a couch potato for now, so guess I'll sit here and be a couch potato with you. I'm not saying nothing. Hear me? Nothing. It's not gonna happen. You will never get another word out of me. Hear me? Nothing. I'm already not saying anything. Believe that? How about this, Viper? Why don't you watch this? No way. No way, dude. No way, Paul. First off, why the fuck did you change your name color? I am so thrown off by that. That was my point, Hax. Yeah, I don't usually watch HASAN, but I don't usually watch big streamers. Fair enough. That's exactly what's doing that on purpose, Hax, yeah. Nice new TikTok, by the way, mate. Thank you. I liked 20 years recently as well. I don't know if it was new or not. I wasn't looking. I just saw it popped up and I was like, support my boy. Why don't I watch HASAN? Because he's a terrible person. Number one. And he's incredibly egotistical. Number two. I'm thrown off too. I thought it was only for the one channel. Yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, the one with the 360 at the end. Yep. Yeah, dude. Can I here? Can I go to like wait, how do I go to where are my liked videos? How does that work? Oh, here we go. Not that one. That one. Why is he a terrible person again? Because he shits all over people with whom he disagrees in general. I know part of it's for content, but he does that all the time. And it's even worse that he shits on people that calmly disagree with him, and he still shits on them. It's easy to be an agreeable person when you're talking to and with people that already generally share the same views as you. What really, and this is my perspective, and you can disagree with me if you really want to, but I'm gonna tell you, you're wrong. What do you mean shits on? I mean, like, he tells him, suck my dick. He calls him pathetic, like worms and shit. Like, he just belittles them on a regular and constant basis in just such a shitty, mean fashion. And look, I'm not talking about someone who comes into his chat for the specific purpose of being a shitter or being a troll and being an asshole and him shitting on those people. I'll do that to someone if they come into my chat and do that. But I won't do that to anywhere near as many people he does that to. And it's pretty obvious, like, why he does it to the people he does it to. And my perspective on what makes someone a good person is not how you treat people with whom you already share agreement. It's how you treat people you disagree with. It's how you treat people that you even don't like, right? So, I mean, I've had a couple people in my stream for a little stretch before that I wasn't actually that big of a fan of. I didn't particularly appreciate the takes, and I'm sure that will continue further. But I did, it's not, I don't ban unless I have to, which I haven't yet had to, except for bot accounts that are doing the spam shit about buying follows and stuff like that. But I haven't banned a single actual person in my stream yet. Even the people I fundamentally disagree with and take issue with. Because they're discussing Republicans, Viper. What? But if you're making all this attention towards him for content, how is it any different? Genuine question, since I feel like you're kind of doing the same thing. No. Nope. I'm not. I'm actually, like, the reason I'm doing it is because I'm trying to pull people away from him. And part of doing that is saying something where people are like, oh, they're talking about HASAN, right? If someone who's a fan of HASAN sees someone else, they're not going to go over to him unless there's some draw there, which is why I put the draw there. And again, I'm not shitting on HASAN the way he shits on people. It's like, so I get what you're saying, Jason, but it's kind of like it's the tolerance intolerance paradox, right? Like, the more tolerant you become, the less tolerant of intolerance you become, which then makes you more intolerant. So it's that kind of idea. It's a vicious cycle. I don't shit on people the way HASAN does, and he shouldn't either. And the fact that he does it so brazenly all the time, and he's wrong, like almost all the time he's talking, I don't have a problem implicating HASAN by using his name and putting an edgy title and then shitting on him, because he fucking deserves it. Like, I mean it genuinely. He's had so many people try to tell him calmly that you're being an asshole, and he doesn't hear it. He's not going to hear it. He doesn't want to. So I'm not gonna just not say anything about him. I want people to go, hey, what does that guy have to say about HASAN? And then I want people to come in and say something about it. You can even push and say, hey, I agree with them, which is also a part of why my title is new research study, right? I want to know why people think they watch him. Or why they actually do. I don't mean to like imply that the people that are watching him don't, or like at least some of them don't know why they watch him. Why don't you critique his content? Because that would take way too much fucking time. This is another part of the problem. And like, if you involve yourself in any sort of debate, even if you're just a member of the audience for long enough, you start to see that there is a fundamental problem with conversation where it's someone can say 10 stupid things in a row, and unpacking why all 10 of those things are stupid would take 10 times the amount of time it took for the stupid thing to be said. So, like, I could be one of the people who critiques his content. There are plenty of people who are already doing that. I don't want to do that, because then it makes it like I have a vendetta to specifically, like, hyper nitpick every specific thing he says. And I'm not actually trying to do that. I don't want to do that. I want people to see the forest for the fucking trees. Like, I'm sorry. His whole shtick is like a facade that I'm sure he at this point, if not before, now believes is the right thing to do. And it just isn't. People might find him funny or entertaining. I'm sure. I'm sure they do. That's not the part I take issue. Well, it is, but it isn't. I can't control what people find funny or entertaining. But telling all his viewers that they're wrong for watching him is nothing different than what he does, that's not true. And also, I didn't do that. See how that works? Is there a way to set a negative dead zone? No. Yeah, so the problem is, like, on the internet, it baffles me that people will say, oh, good arguments will if you focus on making the good arguments instead of attacking the bad arguments, the good arguments will win over the bad ones. No, they won't. Not on the whole. No, they won't. That's part of the problem. Like, it's just too hard to combat all of the misinformation and stupid, shitty, divisive things people like HASAN do and say. If you're gonna go into, like, critiquing specific content, which is why, like, I'll watch the videos while I'm driving to and from work or on a road trip or something like that. But I don't feel the need to resort to specific instances of his content. I'll do that every once in a while. Like, I can point one out right now if you guys want to know, because I store shit in my head, but I'm not going to regurgitate all of this stuff all the time, especially because I'm not really talking to anyone yet who watches him. So I mean, even if I was going to do I was looking for Jason's comment. I don't know why I lost it, but if I was going to do the thing where I tell all of his viewers that they're wrong for watching him, I think I would need to have people in my chat that actually watch him, and I don't. At least not yet. And also, listen, here's the thing. If the answer someone gives to my title question is because they find him funny or entertaining, then I have a different problem. Like, you can watch him, but then I would say it's a little bit fucked up that you have fun and are entertained by someone else, especially who has such a massive platform and such a massive level of privilege, shitting on people in a lesser position than him, especially just because they disagree with him. So then it becomes an entirely different response. And I'm not even necessarily looking to give that response. For now, I just want to gather feedback and hear from people as to why they watch him. Because I got to figure out what I want to figure out what the, like, real rooted reasons are through that community somehow and then figure out how to flip that shit upside down. Because so far, it just seems like he keeps building popularity and platform. And I genuinely think he is giving more and more people brain cancer. And that's unfortunate. You know, he literally said, and this was in the video I watched, he was talking about the streamer awards thing that was just going on, I guess last week. And people were pointing out the hypocrisy of this whole like React content meta that's going on, and just like even HASAN saying, I fucking hate intellectual property law, which is a stupid thing to say. And then telling people, oh, you know, fuck copyright, you can watch whatever you want, you know, just don't watch all the big high profile stuff and then stop snitching on each other. And then when it comes to the streamer awards that was set up by streamer QT Cinderella, she put out a tweet on Twitter asking for streamers that aren't going to be at this exclusive invite-only event that I'm creating. If you're going to watch, I would ask that you not watch it on your stream, or if you're going to react to it on your stream, you don't actually show the awards. You just show yourself in full cam mode like I am right now. And then everyone goes, what the fuck? Like, you're inviting people to the streamer awards that don't give a fuck about intellectual property rights of other artists and content creators and rights holders. And you want to set up this event and then have people respect your intellectual property for the sake of, I think it's pretty obvious. But it's okay for you to do that with everybody else's shit. And when people pushed back on him, when he was defending her on his stream, he literally got frustrated and was like, oh man, I hate consistency Andes. Like, bro, I'm gonna shit on you for that, okay? It should always be someone's goal to be logically consistent. I'm sorry. Like, if you're just gonna bend the rules and bend the arguments to suit your situation all the time so that you feel justified or vindicated in your own dumbass inconsistent position, I'm gonna call that shit out. Because if that's an okay thing to do, then everybody should do that, and that's gonna fuck him over. It's gonna fuck everybody over. Like, logical inconsistency, especially like when it's purely for the sake of justifying your own position, is just a net harm to humanity. And I personally take offense to that. If you want to be a hypocrite, go ahead and do that, by the way. You can do that. You can be logically inconsistent, but at least when someone calls you out for being logically inconsistent or a hypocrite, say, yeah, fair enough. I guess so. I just don't really care that much about it. He doesn't do that. He literally defends to the death that he's not a hypocrite and that he's not inconsistent and that he appreciates nuance. No, he fucking doesn't. He appreciates the nuance he creates to justify his own stupid ass positions. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna like wear my kid gloves to a multi-millionaire fucking hypocrite liar. He's a liar. What a weaselly little liar, dude. That's how people work at least 50% of the time from my experience. It's more than that. And that is a problem. That is a problem, okay? So many people, particularly in America, are very hedonistic, which means they want enjoyment and entertainment and satisfaction, which everybody fucking does. But it's gotten to the point where people are so hedonistic that they don't care about logical consistency. They don't care about nuance. They don't care about being fair to other fucking people. They just want to do the things that make them happy and make them feel good. That is what HASAN is doing. And you want to know why it makes him feel good? Because the internet decided to make him a multi-millionaire. Of course he's going to keep doing this bullshit. Of course he's going to keep spouting ridiculous takes. Nuance, by the way. I cannot read the entire stream title because of Twitch Mobile. Cool. Hi, by the way. Lol. What's up, Jazz? So the title is simply New Research Project. Why do you, yes you, watch HASAN? If you do. Now, apparently, basically nobody in my chat watches HASAN, and I am happy about that, okay? You can be entertaining and funny without being a piece of shit. I do not watch HASAN. I hardly ever watch like popular streamers. See, fuck, nobody watches HASAN. I'm not gonna get any information. All right, you know what? Research project canceled, all right? We ran out of funding. I'm just kidding, I'm leaving it up. I'm gonna use it as bait to try and bring people in. And I when I say bait, by the way, I don't mean that in like the negative way that people use it. It's clickbait on purpose though. Like I'm trying to get the engagement of people who see the name HASAN and go, oh, what's going on here? Not for the sake of dunking on those people, because then I would actually be doing the exact same thing that HASAN does. I'm not gonna do that. But I do want to point out to people who are willing to listen here and there why it's so problematic that he has such a massive megaphone of a fucking platform. Why watch big streamer when small streamer is better experience? Oh well, apparently small streamer is not better experience. There's like one exception for the rule of mine, but the guy's pretty chill and active with his community. Yeah, so who's the exception, if I may ask? And I watch a couple larger streamers. Destiny is one of them. The reason I like Destiny is because, first off, he is so grounded in his principle and his logical consistency and his ethics and his morals that he doesn't give a fuck if you agree with him or disagree with him. He's staying true to those principles. That's how I am. He also is incredibly intelligent. He does a lot of research. He has a good sense of critical thought, and I enjoy that shit. And also, whether people are willing to admit this or not, Destiny is willing, like he's good at both being a shitter troll and also having serious conversation when it needs to be serious conversation. People get mad about the edgy, stupid shit he says, and I understand. I don't think Destiny is a perfect example of a human either. I don't think he would hold himself out to be a perfect example of a human. But God forbid anyone try and hold HASAN out as being anything less than fucking perfect. Seb Choof, he's not that big sometimes, but sometimes he gets 300 viewers, but it depends. Yeah, I mean, shit, that's good. He's literally the only Twitch partner that I know who actually is the most active person on his Discord server. Damn, that's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, I like engaging with you guys when you guys actually do anything on my Discord. My Discord's been crickets lately, but that's all right. I know everyone is here, okay? Everyone is here. Everything's fine. All right, bet. Let me make some noise in there. Yeah, okay. You're like the one person who will come in out of nowhere and say some shit, which I appreciate. That's what I appreciate about you, life hacks. And I got gifted a sub on his channel, so now I have cool monkey emotes. Nice. Good stuff. You gotta love the emotes. So what are we doing this evening, fam? Do we want to talk about something else? Or what? I am down to, since, I'm not trying to sit here and talk about HASAN for a half an hour to people who don't even watch him. But I will leave that title as clickbait. That much I promise. Wasn't really following the Hassan thing, so what exactly did happen in short? Wait, TTS permissions are turned off? What do you mean? What TTS permissions? I wasn't really following the Hassan thing, so what exactly did happen in short? I wasn't talking about, there's a TTS / command on Discord. Oh, okay. I mean, that's not really contradictory necessarily, Jess. I guess it could be, but I didn't see it as particularly contradictory. I wasn't talking about a specific thing as far as Hassan, aside from just the random commentary about the streamer awards thing. I'm talking more in general with like his character. I don't want to focus on specific arguments because specific arguments allow you to get into the weeds and waste a bunch of time arguing about semantical shit. And I'm not actually trying to do that unless it's something that is blatantly obvious. But I'm speaking more to how blatantly poor Hassan's character is as a human. And the fact that he has such a massive audience while being so poor in character. I think that's the much more politically correct and safe way to put that. It's not even, I mean, it's in part fame got into his head, but I think he was arrogant and egotistical and not a particularly good person before he blew up. And the reason I say that is what he said about his history in the Complex. Yeah. The answer was in the Complex document. I literally just saying that. Paul, I see you changed your name back, or your color back, by the way. Thank God, now I recognize you. Holy shit. But yeah, if we go back and you watch his little fucking Complex documentary about how he became our generation's quote-unquote top political pundit, which still makes me throw up in my mouth a little bit, you'll see, like, the way you can see it in the fucking the pictures of him when he's a kid, man. Like, I would love to unpack how he got to be this person. Like, if I was his therapist or something, for example, I'd love to unpack all this shit just to understand it. But there comes a point in your life, I truly think, where you have to do some self-reflection. And if you're doing honest self-reflection, you can call yourself out on some pretty negative traits that you had, and then you can start working from there. I haven't seen that at all. I don't see like contrition from Hassan. I don't see kindness from Hassan. You know? I don't see that. I see it very selectively. Boy, is he real tight with all of the other massive multimillionaire streamers and content creators. Cool. But like regular people who he claims he's, professing leftist politics for, bunch of bullshit. It's a bunch of bullshit. I wish it wasn't, I don't wish him ill. That's for sure. I'm not sitting here saying, man, I hope he goes broke one day, or man, I hope he, hurts himself or anything like that. I don't wish anything negative on him. I just wish he would stop being such a fucking asshole. I just wish he would stop being such a shitty person. But he's not going to do that because, again, this is how the internet works, baby. Like, not you guys, but the internet at large is a part of the problem, right? It's just like Trump, okay? Trump was not the problem. He was a symptom of the problem. Hassan is the same thing. He's a symptom of the problem when it comes to the internet. And the fact that people find that garbage funny and entertaining at the cost of long-term mental and emotional health of regular ass people. Cool. I think the answer in the video I meant is how he said he was one of the biggest and most out there person on the left. Wait, what do you mean? The answer, wait, so now I'm a little bit confused. That was the answer to what question? Like, even I remember when Tommy Lahren was all big and stuff and he's the opposite. Yeah, but he's just doing the same thing, right? All he did was copy the formula. He's not a fucking pioneer. He's not a pioneer. He holds himself out as a pioneer because he's a liar. He's not a pioneer. He's not the first person to do what he does. He just copied the formula. And again, he's a symptom of the problem. So is Tommy Lahren. Because again, and I've said this plenty of times throughout my streaming career thus far in 16 months, you see like how slowly I'm growing, and you see like how quickly he grew. I could probably do the same thing. I could just start shitting on people if I wanted to. I know I'm smart. Like, I'm an astute person. I'm very flexible in conversations. I know how to capitalize on the dumb things people say without realizing they just said something dumb. I was literally trained to do that. But I don't do that. No, I know, but he's a voice for the left and not a crazy racist like her. He's also racist, but sure. Like, he contributes to racism just in a different way. It's like this argument of stochastic terrorism, right? When you like belittle white people and you say shit like America deserves it, 9/11 and stuff like that. I get it. It's edgy, it's content, it's humorous, whatever the fuck. But he's also racist in his own way. He may not be as racist as Tommy Lahren or you know, the like. I don't know how you would even qualify that, but yeah, I get what you're saying though. But he's a voice for the left, she's a voice for the right. Neither of them are the first or only people to have done what they did at the time they did. Again, it's not just that he's a voice for the left that made him large. Like, anyone who thinks that was his singular claim to fame is just, I mean, again, you're either you're either not that well informed or you're not that smart. Like, there are a number of factors that led to him reaching the level he reached. Some of which being hard work, I will grant that. And that aspect of his career, good job. Not all of it, by the way, not all of it. He acts like he works so much harder than everybody else, and it's just not true. Yeah, anyways. Internet is mainly good for few things: communication, videos, and figuring out how to make my stuff work. Yeah, nailed it. I think leftist content creators have a better chance of blowing up because it's so much easier to shit on right people, especially with how media has portrayed Trumpers and all. This is a part of the thing, though. If you go to different circles on the internet, you'll find out it is just as easy to shit on like far leftists as it is far right wingers. The reason I've discerned thus far that is what it is the farther right you go, the more rooted in reality and nothing else you are. There's no vision for the future. You just want reality as it is now. You want nothing to change. You are just here. Nothing can be changed. Nothing is better than, or can be better than it is now. Don't touch anything. The farther right you go. The farther left you go, the more ideological you may be, but you have, like, the further out you go to the left, the less you have any understanding of actual reality. Because the farther to the left you go, the more ideological you become, which means you are literally grounding yourself less and less in reality, and your focus is where you want things to be. This is why I consider myself an enlightened centrist. I can understand why right-wingers have the attachment they do to certain aspects of our society and our culture today. I understand that. And there are certain things that, as a matter of right-wing policies, they just kind of work. But on the other hand, I can see room for improvement in a lot of different areas, which is why I can also agree with certain leftist policies. But you have to, if you're going to be ideological, you have to remain grounded in reality. And if you're going to remain grounded in reality, you have to also consider how things could potentially get better. I mean, hey, if you're actually not participating in society, for example, if you live out in a far-ass rural area, you know, a small town, and you don't want to think about any of this shit, fine, that's okay. But as soon as you step into the public sphere, as soon as you step into the society and the culture that is around you, it's kind of incumbent upon you to not be purely ideological or purely reality-based. In my humble opinion. When leftist folks realized that they were on the right, according to the usual chart, the chart is so flawed, man. I mean, yeah. It's like, no, we can't accept that as a reality. We just have to, well, that's wrong then. Yo, there's the Nick Nickel. Thanks, Nick. Preach, fam. How you doing, dude? Leftists are stupid snowflakes, and right folk are all racist white people. Here, I'm gonna correct that. I'm gonna correct that. Extreme leftists and right-wingers are both stupid snowflakes and both racist, just in different respects or different fashions. Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that. I don't know why it's doing that percentage thing, and sometimes it'll do a dollar thing. I literally have not changed the fucking command, but it does it anyways. So I'm just not worrying about it. Maybe it'll, I don't know, maybe they'll fix it. But with how much media you get pushed, it's almost hard not to feel that way sometimes, and I'm sure it's the same for other people. Yeah, got an ad break. Okay, I'm back. Hey, welcome back. Look at that, the ad thing worked. Yeah, so Paul, I was just going to extend the olive branch and say I actually still agree with you more generally speaking that right now being a leftist, at least a moderate leftist, is definitely more popular than being a moderate right-winger. For sure. For sure. I'll give you that. I just think there's insanity on both ends of the spectrum. I generally, I just wish that we could, like, in a sense, in a sort of figurative or metaphorical sense, just lop off the ends of the political spectrum and have center left, center right, center people work together and just get rid of this extremist bullshit. It would be so nice if we could do that. I know that's not reality, by the way. So, you know, it's not like I'm going to sit here and try and figure out how we do that, because I'm a centrist. I'm not an idiot. Like, it just is what it is. But yeah, that would be nice, because me, as a centrist, I can actually lean both ways, and I can have a conversation with more left-wing people and more right-wing people. Talk to any extreme leftist, they will never fucking have a conversation with a more extreme right-winger. Won't happen. Because they're, like, as a matter of policy and ideology, they're way too far apart. They're never gonna come together on anything. That's a part of the problem. That's a part of the fucking problem. Come a little bit closer to the middle, you fucks. Like, just a little bit. It'll make it easier for you to have conversations with people on the other end of the spectrum. And you might even be able to pull them your way just a little bit. little bit. And that's how you make your incremental progress. You don't do it by being on the far extreme end and screaming all day long. You just don't. That's not how shit gets done. Do mods have access to the bot dashboards on Twitch? I don't know. Aren't you a mod? Yeah, you're a mod. You could check that, right? I consider myself as a liberal, which according to the chart is to the right center or something like that. Yeah, I also consider myself a liberal in the sense that I think, generally speaking, people should be able to do what they want to do with their own lives unless and until their own decisions in doing what they want to do with their own lives starts to infringe upon others' ability to do the same thing with their own lives. That's what makes me a liberal. But that's the same thing as being a centrist as far as I'm concerned. I've had someone tell me like, oh man, it's too bad you're a liberal. Is it really though? Like, do you know what liberalism means if you say that? Maybe you do, right? Maybe that's more of a character indicator. Maybe you're one of the more autocratic people that's like, no, you know what? I think I know better than everybody and I want to tell everybody how to live their lives. Now you're on one of the ends of the spectrum. And I don't particularly appreciate that. I mean, I've even fallen into that. I'm pretty good at looking at both sides, but I'd be lying if I said I see people who are openly are on Trump's dick as non-racist assholes, and same with Confederate folks. I get it. I get it. And that's where, like you just said, as a follow-up to that, you have to try not to be as quick to judge. It is tough. It's really, really hard. Listen, I'm going to tell you, I have family members with whom I strongly agree on politics. Strongly. You know what I do? I tell myself in my head, I know they mean well and they're a good person overall. And there are certain things that I am convinced they are fucking missing or not considering at all. And I'm not going to take all the time to try and be an educator, specifically to my own family members like that. You know, I don't want to be condescending to my own family. Like, we disagree. And I'm not going to argue with you unless it's actually harmful, which I have done on 1 or 2 occasions. And it didn't go particularly well, but at least I made my point. But I understand that most people mean well, even if they're not actually doing well. And I tell myself, hey, you know, it's okay. It's okay. We can maintain the relationship. We can potentially have a little bit more of the conversation than we had today next time. And maybe next time, maybe a little bit more then. Maybe. Maybe not, but maybe. Incremental progress is the best you're going to do. And again, because of the internet right now, everyone is playing a game of tug of war where it is all or nothing. I'm sorry, but that's how both sides lose when it comes to this kind of stuff. That's how we run smack into a civil war and everybody fucking loses. Even when there's a determined winner at the end, everybody lost. Quite ironic that a lot of folks are using liberal as somewhat negative word while there's literally nothing negative in the meaning of it. Exactly. Exactly. It actually irritates me that I've even had a friend say, oh man, it's too bad you're a liberal. No, it isn't. You just don't know what you're talking about. And by the way, I don't even really talk about politics with that friend anymore because his takes are fucking stupid. And I'd rather just be friends with the guy and say, hey, let's not talk about those politics, okay? Or maybe I'll push back on him just a little bit in a conversation. And then we'll drop it and we'll go back to normal life. And then something will come up in the future and I'll push back on him just a little bit. But I'm not trying to go from the 0-yard line to the fucking other end of the field for a touchdown as fast as possible. That shit doesn't work. So if you think it works, I'm going to tell you it doesn't. I'm not saying Biden is a god or the best president ever, but he definitely gets more hate than deserved. Absolutely. It's funny how most people just say childish names to him and call it good, whereas people hated Trump for something more than a NASCAR reporter said. Correct. Yep. It baffles me. It baffles me nowadays that people actually still support Trump. But that's I'm not trying to go into that right now. It really does baffle me. Also, if you ever hear anyone say that Trump was the best president to ever live, or Biden is the worst president to ever live, they're both being morons, at least in that specific situation. Like when they make that specific statement, those are moronic statements. Like you don't actually know who the best or worst president is. You just don't. Yeah, I mean, I think DeSantis is pretty trash as well, but yeah, I'm not a fan of DeSantis. He's another one of those people that is he exudes too much arrogance and condescension, and I don't think our society needs more arrogance and condescension. Confidence, sure, right? That's okay. It's okay to be confident. Condescension and arrogance is not. You don't need it. On the positive note, if Trump gets to presidency anytime in the future, it will be his last time on the presidential seat. Yeah, well, yeah. Let's get that far first. Do you think DeSantis will run against Biden? Yes, I think so. I don't know, but I personally, I think Trump and DeSantis are going to be the two head-butting Republican candidates. Yep. Based especially on like what we've heard about Trump's commentary as to whether DeSantis will run and vice versa and all that kind of shit. I think DeSantis and Trump are going to run. And it's going to be, I mean, it's going to be an interesting battle, you know, supposing we even fucking get there. But yeah, I do think he will. And by the way, to be a little bit more clear in that answer, I don't actually know that Biden's going to run again. Maybe, but I mean, here's the thing. Without saying it like an asshole, like a lot of right-wingers do, when they call him demented or a puppet, or he's the Walking Dead, or he's asleep and doesn't know where he is. Those are all asshole things to say, by the way, in case you forgot or didn't know. Those are shitty things to say. But to be realistic, though, it is obvious that he's getting old. Yeah. I don't think any reasonable person is going, oh man, he's at the top of his game. He's doing a lot of good, I personally think. But he is getting old. He's showing his age. Understood. No shit. I think everyone is going to be showing their age when they're as old as fucking Biden is. Or as old as Trump is. By the way, Trump, you like, oh man, the same people that call Biden demented and like make fun of him for being old and stupid are the same ones that think Trump is a fucking genius. Hey, like, bro, listen, okay? If you're gonna call Biden demented or stupid or decrepit, whatever, if you're gonna say that, you have to say the same thing against Trump. You have to, okay? Look, Trump is literally still to this day bragging about a test he took a couple years ago that he called a cognitive test, right? And he talks about it in his rallies about like this is some amazing, you know, intelligence test that he took. It is literally a baseline dementia test. And he's bragging about it like that makes him a genius. Like, dude, no. Consider yourself fortunate that you passed it at your age. Like, it's not, it's like, It's like passing gym class in high school and acting like you just won the Olympics. That's what that is. That's a perfect analogy. Holy shit. Fucking nailed it. High five me. That's a perfect analogy. Trump is literally talking about that baseline dementia exam. Like a kid who passed gym class in high school as if he won the Olympics. It's fucking embarrassing. And I don't know how people aren't embarrassed by that. I don't know how people that support him are not embarrassed by that. Like, bro, you think that's good enough? Viper is God 2022? Yeah, you mean, no, 2024? I'm running for president, baby. Just kidding. No one will vote for me because I'm a centrist, okay? I've even told my dad this before when he said on my stream, you should run for office. No, I should not. Because I would have to choose a side and start sacrificing my values. Fuck all of that right in half. Not gonna happen. Thank you for the claps, by the way, Jess. Damn good analogy. I feel like there's too much attention given to the main two U.S. parties. I know that there are way more of them, but people seem to be ignoring them. Yes, they are. And I guess the question there is, do you understand why? I do. So if you don't, I'd be happy to sort of walk through that issue. Again, I'm not saying Obama or Biden are the best things in the world. I'm just saying in regards to Trump's. Yeah, no, I get it. I honestly think it is objectively true. Objectively, not subjectively. It's not a matter of opinion. I personally think it is objectively true that Obama and Biden are better than Trump on Trump's best day. Hot take. How is voting for Trump not being authoritarian AF? Yeah, good question. I mean, a lot of heavy Trump supporters I don't think are the brightest either. I know, but again, I'll keep going back for the sake of fairness. People that are on the further left side aren't the brightest either, you know? Because of history? No, it's actually more a matter of psychology and our political infrastructure. So, as a matter of psychology, look at games, right? Look at sports. People are, and look at our evolutionary process, right? Humans are tribal, at least as a default position. And boy, do we love our teams, right? We are diehard sports team fans, are we not? I mean, I'm not, but people love sports. So as a matter of being sort of inherently tribalistic, okay, well, I'll keep you up and dashing. I'm dashing, so I'm trying to catch you in between orders. Yeah, that's fair. Hey, do your thing, man. No, it's not even that. It is simpler to have two teams fighting over as opposed to 400. But this is where the political infrastructure comes in. Okay, so as a matter of like human nature, and this is not the best thing, obviously, we are tribalistic and we are team supporters, right? So it is easy to pick a side of any given dispute or controversy or game. It's easy to pick one. Humans love doing that shit. The problem is that's not really a good thing as a matter of politics, because look what's happening now. I've given this analogy before as well. This is also a banger of an analogy. So by the way, I am posting this conversation to fucking YouTube. This has been good. So when you have only two political parties that are the dominant parties, and there's really no actual way to galvanize any of the other parties and give them any real shot at winning, what happens is those parties, those two remaining parties, get further and further apart from one another, and it's like a rubber band, okay? Sometimes the rubber band will come back just a little bit, but the integrity of the rubber band is already sacrificed, right? The farther you stretch out a rubber band, the less strong, the less durable that rubber band is, right? So, we keep pulling on this rubber band, and then we get to the point where we pull it further, and then we pull it further, and then we pull it further, and the band has gotten so pulled apart and so weakened that it snaps. That's a civil war. That's a war. That is any massive conflict in general throughout the course of history. That's the way it works. So what we need to do as a matter of political infrastructure is put the systems in place that will prevent that from happening. We already have seen these mechanisms in other democracies on the planet. Here's one: ranked choice voting. Ranked choice voting means you're no longer only placing a single vote on any given seat, and that being that. You're actually saying, well, actually, this person would be my first pick because I align with more of their policies. And then this person would be my second pick because maybe I align with 5 of their policies as opposed to the 7 of the guy up top that I really like. But 5 as opposed to 7 is still pretty good. And then I'll vote for this one third because, they're not as good. They've got 4. They've got 4. That's pretty good. I would still like 7, but they've got 4. And you go that way, and each selection in terms of position gets a certain number of points. If you do that for everybody, everybody can vote more than once for the same seat and have their choices ranked by choice. And then what you do is you aggregate all of those ranks by choice across the country or across the state or across the locality, whatever election we're talking about. And then truly the single candidate who received the most overall points as a matter of their policies is the winner. That is how you actually get the most representative candidate with respect to the most policies that the country or the state or the locality is looking for. When you do that, now you've opened up the floor, right? You've got the Green Party, the Tea Party, all that shit. These people may have some policies that are in line with the Democratic Party or are in line with the Republican Party. And maybe those smaller parties, because of ranked choice voting, start to come up in prominence. And hey, now we're talking about the policies, by the way, not just whether there's a D or an R next to your name, which is like literally what's happening nowadays. Nobody even actually gives a fuck about the policies anymore. It's like, and I say nobody hyperbolically, okay? Don't fucking clip me. People don't fucking actually care about policies as much anymore as they do whether there is a D or an R next to the person's name. People will place a vote for someone without having looked into the candidate's platform at all. At all. Just based on whether there is a D or an R next to their name on the ballot. That is a recipe for fucking disaster because now people don't even actually know what they're voting for. That's a problem, right? Because now this further explains, by the way, why people have no fucking convictions and ability to actually substantiate their own beliefs and positions as a matter of policy. They've never been pushed to justify those positions before or those policies before. Because all they got to do is, oh, I see the one with the D on it. I'll take that. Do you even know why you chose D? Why do you have a pushed back hairline? Genetics. Also, first time viewer, that's a shitty question to ask from a first time viewer. And you're not the first person to ask it, so I hope you feel real good. You're asking the wrong questions. You should be asking why your head is built like a diamond. Cool. Cool. I don't think stupid leftists are as dumb as stupid right-wingers. I don't know how you qualify that. I don't know how you get there, but okay, because at least in my opinion, a lot of left people want what's best and things to be better for the majority of people and realize social issues a lot of right-wingers won't even acknowledge or see as real. That's part of the problem, though. On certain issues, it is hotly debated whether these things are real or whether the ideologies are even feasible. You know what I mean? So I think the reason you think stupid leftists aren't as dumb as stupid right-wingers is because you happen to fall more left politically. I'd be willing to bet someone who is like more center-right would say that I don't think stupid right-wingers are as dumb as stupid left-wingers. That's, I mean, you know, you can say it, I guess, but it kind of doesn't really mean much. Heading to bed, need to wake up somewhat early. See ya, y'all. See ya, Jess. Thanks for chilling out. Have yourself a good sleep. Oh no, Paul, I know you're not trying to be hateful. I know. Trust me, I know. There's only one person in chat right now that's trying to be hateful. So. Yeah, there are a lot of ways we, like, Americans, or like the United States of America could solve so many problems. But we're just not going to do it. And we already know why, right? Politics is a bunch of hackery at this point by the people that are actually in office. And politics is now in bed with big business and you know, the corporate lifestyle and vice versa. And those people in power don't want to change that shit, right? The people who are already in office but have shitty policies don't want ranked choice voting to be a thing, because that materially, it makes it materially more likely that they're going to be kicked out of office, and nobody who is in office wants to be kicked out of office. So it's just not going to happen. It's going to take it's probably going to take a revolution, a civil war, and then we'll reassess. That's my guess. Could be wrong. I just see leftists wanting what they think is best for everyone, whereas a lot of right-wingers think what's best for them. You basically keep saying the same thing, and I'm going to keep pushing against you, Paul. I know what you're trying to get at, but I just don't think you're correct. Like, I think you may have some center-right people say the same thing you just said. Switch the labels, though. This is a part of why I don't actually find the labels to be that productive. So there are going to be people that are like, oh, I see right-wingers wanting what they think is best for everyone. That may very well be true. If you're ever considering it, Hacks, by the way, at least since I'm still a small viewer, by the way, that's the first time I've actually banned someone. So that was fun. If you are considering it, go ahead and ask me. Even you can shoot me a whisper or hit me up on Discord or something, and I can let you know from there. What do you mean? No, it wasn't. Anyways, yeah, someone center-right could just as easily say, I just see right-wingers wanting what they think is best for everyone, whereas left-wingers want what's best for them. It depends on where you fall in the first place. So you got to be careful of your confirmation bias there. I think, as understandable as it is, Paul, I think you're dealing with confirmation bias there. It would be easier to explain my side on voice. I'm not saying I don't understand your side. I'm saying I don't agree with your side. I don't think there's anything you could say on voice that is going to make me agree with what you're saying. Because while I understand why you're saying it, if you were in the other spheres, you would probably be hearing the same arguments. You could use, last time was 2 months ago. Who did I ban 2 months ago, Hacks? Wait, how do you see that? Oh, now that was a spam account. I'm talking about like an actual person. That's the first, like, yeah, I'm talking about an actual person. That's the first person, like actual person that I have banned. XO Retired, I think, was also a spam account. Wish you could look those things up. But yeah, I think all of the names on the ban list are spam accounts. I don't know. Maybe they're not. Fuck them. Nice. Okay. Paul, are you trying to get on voice so you can explain? Oh. Hey, cool. Oh, let's look at this. What the hell is that? I don't know. Anyways. I know you know what I'm saying. I just think I could use some examples that could be hard to argue. What? I'm gonna... Be careful, man. Don't tell me that something might be hard to argue. I am a professional arguer. Listen, if you want to talk, though, at some point and give your examples, I'd be happy to argue with you about them. Yeah, your screenshot, yeah. That's the graph I was looking at, trying to figure out how to make the right side to be completely flat. All right. You know what? You know what? I'm going to do the thing real quick. I'm actually going to take that user off of the banned list and see if they do it again. Because if they do it again, then I'll know it's malicious. Actually, nope. What was that fucking name? Yes, I actually do. Can you do that for me? Can you find that name again and reban him? I forgot, actually, that my channel, my channel rules are that if you break any of these rules, you will get one warning before being banned. I gave him that warning. And then it says, feel free to test your luck if you don't believe me. Be warned, if you're banned for breaking one of my explicitly stated rules and wish to be unbanned, I will require a sincere apology and or explanation as to why you should be unbanned and payment of a fine in an appropriate amount. Nice, perfect. Good stuff. Done. Aaron, if you're still in here, all you got to do is give me a sincere apology and pay me money. You fuck. All right. He's not in here anymore, so it doesn't matter. That's fine. Okay, I'll head down now. Oh, bro, I'm not gonna fight you. Jesus. I'm not trying to fight you, Paul. Also, take some Excedrin, my friend. That's fine. Listen, that's another one of those people. I shouldn't have to say more than once that it is a shitty thing to make fun of someone and their immutable characteristics. That's not something I need to say more than once. If you're going to continue to make hairline jokes, you can get the fuck out of here until you pay me money. Also, I'd imagine Aaron Go Kersey has a super tiny dick. Anyways. I'll be home in like 5. Sounds good. I gotta leave in 3. Nah, I'm just kidding. I'll be here. Hey, good thing I didn't stand up and go walk away or something while Aaron Go Crazy was here, huh? Would have given him way too much ammo. God, I fucking hate people like that. God, I fucking hate people like that. The good thing is, I am confident in who I am and how I am, right? Talk shit if you want to. I already know I'm a better person than you. It's fine. If you just want to continue to prove it, then so be it. Oh, you know what I need to do, though? I need to make more content out of that. I just realized, next time, because there will be a next time, someone makes fun of my hairline, because it's already happened twice now, which means it's destined to happen a third, unless I quit streaming. I'm gonna ask for pictures of what they look like. Like, if you're gonna make fun of me for my hairline, you must be a model who literally only lives around other models. So please, bestow upon me a picture that shows me just how beautiful and perfect you are. I'm gonna do that from here on out. That'll be my one chance. And I'll follow it up with, oh, by the way, if you say something again, you're banned, and then read my rules. Whenever you want to give me your money, I'll be waiting. I'll figure out how to turn that into content. That's fine. That's fine. This one with Aaron was just a learning lesson. I can do better. I can make better content. Smart. God, how'd I get so smart? r/roast me is a prime spot for when you want to make fun of someone, just saying. Yeah, and I will never go to somewhere like that. I'll never go to somewhere like that. I don't know why people do that. Even if you're a confident person and you're just looking for the trolls, you're not thinking about the culture you are cultivating. When you do shit like that, you're literally enabling people to be shitty people to other people, which thus desensitizes people to that exact type of thing. We should not be desensitizing ourselves to that type of thing. What the fuck is going on? Certain corners of the internet just make me go, why the fuck? Like, what the fuck are we doing? And hey, you can't get rid of all of it, but goddamn. Goddamn. It is mind-blowing sometimes. Anywho, back to looking at one page of code. Ooh, one page, huh? That sounds pretty easy. Hey, Paul, are you also on Hover, by the way? Fucking hard because I don't know what I'm looking at. Yo, send it to me. I'll tell you if you're doing it right. I know, like, this much about code. It's a little thing. If then else. Some shit. Professional coder right here. Take that. Well, as my viewer numbers start to decline, I want to say I appreciate everyone chilling out and hearing what I have to say. I gotta... Yeah, I think that's fair. Literally have the script editor manual pulled up on my phone, trying to find where to set a custom axis curve. Pain. Oh, come on now. By the way, lost 2 followers this stream. How? How? Yep. All right, I see you. You see what I mean? What did I say? What did I say in this stream, do you think, that lost me 2 followers? It's fucking hilarious, dude. Also, I have 52,000 channel points. Jesus Christ. Hold on. Jesus Christ. Probably talked politics. Yeah, well. Yeah, I mean, you're probably right. Even just talking about it will turn people away. That's fine. That's fine. I think people should wake up and start paying attention to and talking about politics just a little bit more. Just a little bit. And talk about it the right way. Don't be a fucking lunatic. I wonder if Aaron Go Crazy was following me until I banned him. Oh, the world may never know. Sweet glow sticks, dude. Yo!
Yo, what's up?
What's up, Ham? Yeah. Hey.
Alright, special guest, Paul Party, everybody.
Yes, featuring Paul. Yeah, what's up, man? Alright, talk to me. Give me your sweet ass examples.
Alright, so basically, like, what I was thinking is, I guess, like, I could have maybe worded this a little bit differently, but I was kind of trying to get at the point of, in my opinion, I kind of think that, like, a lot of left-wing people have a lot more, like, morally, like, just things for, like, the overall, like, society than a lot of, like right-wing people. And I mean, like, more, I don't really know, like, a lot of, like, stuff about, like, business kind of stuff like that, so I mean more so just, like socially, I guess. But I think, and I'm not, I mean, I guess, like, you know, like morality and, like, law isn't always exactly the same thing, but I just think, like, I think that, like, at the end of the day, like, a lot more, like, left people at the end of the day, like have, even if some of them go bad about it, I think that they, like, truly have, like, the best interests like in what would benefit like overall like everybody, like in terms of like you know, like when it comes to like any kind of person, I guess, like being able to like think and like kind of in a way like be who they want to be. Whereas like I kind of think in a sense that a lot of right people have a very big like thing of like wanting their own personal thoughts to kind of like contradict and be the way like things are and should be like kind of forever. Which I understand that's like the whole point of being like a conservative is like conserving your, you know, but like it's like I just think that like morally, like in the long run of things, I think like what would truly benefits more people, like in like I mean more people as in like you, me, like anybody. I think that like leftist like people kind of are looking out for like everybody and thinking everybody should have like an equal opportunity at life and be able to think kind of like I understand, okay, like I understand there's certain leftist people that would be a little bit like, okay, like this right person said this and this, they should get can't, you know. But I think overall though, like I think that like moral wise, I think a lot of leftist people have like the thought and like interests of like at the end of the day wanting everyone to be like kind of on the same page of things, rather like when for example like you could use like gay people for example, like a lot of leftist people are like, okay, yeah, like we don't give a fuck if you're gay or not, like whereas like a lot of right-wing people, they have like these beliefs that like at the end of the day, like in my opinion, like more harm like by not letting somebody express who they actually are and like what they want to be and like getting treated bad. Whereas like, and I understand there's more things, but I'm just trying to like, you know, like I can only go off of so many things, but I think that like I don't know, like I'm trying to like explain this, like I don't, are you kind of getting what I'm trying to say? Like is this like coming off like somewhat like making sense?
No, I mean I this hasn't changed. I've understood what you were saying the whole time. I still disagree with it though. And I let me be a little bit more careful here. I don't disagree necessarily with what you're saying from your perspective, but what I'm trying to convey to you, or at least like highlight for you, is that is so dependent on your fundamental perspective. There are right-wing people who just have a fundamentally different perspective with respect to what is moral or immoral than you do. So this is the essence of confirmation bias. You naturally lean towards the leftist politics in that sense because you align with them a little bit more. But it's really important to try and understand why people on the opposite end of you are at that point. And I've seen, so give an example, you know, you say like leftists, for example, are more concerned with making sure that people who are gay can live their lives and all that, which is technically, I think, true. That one's a little bit harder to debate, but also even then there's bleed over to the right wing there. Like a lot of the right wing perspective is, yeah, I mean, fucking being gay doesn't make any sense to me at all. But like, I don't give a shit if you want to be gay, like go do your thing, have fun. So again, like the harmful right wing policies that are discriminatory against gay people, for example, just to stay within this particular point, those harmful policies are coming from the farther right. Another example to go to the farther left might be, there are legitimately people who are far left, even in America, that think white people are trash. Like, I would argue that is just as toxic. The impact may be different, so to be nuanced and careful about what we're saying. The impact may be different, sure, but in and of themselves, those are both equally toxic and intolerant positions. But it depends on your perspective. So that's the big problem is, you know, morality. For those, okay, so let's get a little bit more into the philosophical shit. There are those who think that morality is an objective truth, all right? There are just some things that are true and that is that. And there are other people that will say, you know what? I don't know how anyone can make that statement. I don't know how anyone can make the argument that in the grand scheme of the entirety of the universe and in the entirety of all of time and history, like there's this moral issue with murder, for example. There are people who have, you know, at some point on the historical timeline gone, yeah, what the fuck? What's wrong with murder? Like, what the act of it, not how we currently understand it, right? The act of it.
Yeah.
Like what's wrong with me killing someone if I don't know, they piss me off. Why can't I just kill them? What do you mean? So, like, we have sort of shifted over time into what, like, as a matter of the population we believe to be a little bit more moral versus the things that we believe to be a little bit more immoral. But when it comes to these hot button issues, the reason they're hot button issues is because the morality of those issues is so hotly debated. It is so damn near 50-50 that we can't move on them. So that's why I think, like, while I understand where you're coming from, especially given that you are slightly further to the left than the right, someone in the same but mirrored position can say the exact opposite shit you said, and technically, in a sense, still be right. But it depends on your perspective. And it's really hard it's really hard for people to grasp that. Like, there is nuance here, and a lot of the things that we, regardless of your political alignment or what have you, take for granted are not actually granted. Like, that's where the real work is done, and that's where the real understanding comes from. When you understand why people on what you consider to be the wrong end of the spectrum are there, right? Because there are plenty of people who are on the right side of the spectrum that are really good people. You know, maybe they're not as well informed on something, or maybe something about their foundational upbringing caused them to be, maybe not intentionally, but maybe just as a matter of consequence, a little bit more bigoted in how they treat certain other groups of people. And I think the same thing can be said on both sides of the spectrum. So it's really hard to say one of those is objectively better than the other. That's all I'm saying. Like, I can appreciate people who are, so for me, I definitely appreciate centrist people because I am a centrist and I know why I'm a centrist. So I appreciate when people are centrist because I think the people that are centrist are centrist for basically the exact same reason that I am. But I almost equally appreciate and respect the perspectives of people who are a little bit further to the left than me and a little bit further to the right than me in general. I can appreciate and respect all of those positions because life leads you down different paths that'll put you in a different spot. And I think, like, I don't have much respect for the far wings of either party. I just don't. I think you've gone way too far out of pocket and you're being lunatics. But the closer you get to the middle of any hotly debated issue, the more I appreciate your approach to that issue. Because it's not as simple as people on either extreme wing will portray it to be. And, you know, it even depends a little bit further, because I could say maybe, just as a hypothetical, and this is something I've thought about before, I just haven't figured out if I land anywhere in particular on this issue. What if I am actually socially and as a matter of humanitarian rights, like, you know, LGBTQ rights and disabled rights and women's rights and stuff like that, maybe I fall a little bit more left in that regard, but as a matter of business and corporate stuff, I'm a little bit more, or like, let's say finance, right? I'm a little bit more of a right winger. I'm a little bit more conservative in how the country should run its finances. Maybe that's the case, and maybe that still lands me overall smack in the middle. So there's even nuance within a centrist position, which is a part of why I am a centrist, because you can acknowledge the nuance on both sides of the situation. And once you've acknowledged those things and you can say, I acknowledge that, which I think is particularly the only thing that I haven't quite gotten out of you, but I know it's in there. If you say, I acknowledge that reality, and I just happen to fall a little bit further left, even acknowledging that reality. If you said that, I'd be like, yep, cool. The main thing is I want people to understand why they are where they are and understand why the other people are where they are. If you understand that, you can land basically wherever the hell you want. Just at least know why you're there. That's all I got.
Okay, yeah. So I do acknowledge like the fact that like I feel like I one thing I'm kind of grateful for is that I have always been like pretty good at like seeing other people's sides, like at least hearing them out. Like I'll and I mean I try to see like what leads a lot of people to do certain things and like what like situations like your upbringing can push you in, like no matter what. I mean, somebody that grows up in like the woods is gonna have a different outlook than someone that grows up in a city, and someone that's rich is gonna have a different outlook than someone that's poor. But like okay, like I guess like maybe like I'm not trying to make this like a therapeutic thing or anything. This is one of those questions. I guess like since I do acknowledge it, like how like in your opinion, like how have you like gotten to like how I said earlier, how when I see like a lot of like when I see people like just with like trucks, like not just trucks in general, but like trucks with like like Confederate flags on them and like people that are just like crazy about Trump and stuff like that, like how like why like in my own mind, no matter as much as I try, can I like not like why can I like right away like not like what helps you give them like the same amount of like regard as is in like how you look at them as you would like someone else that like thinks how you do?
Sure, that's a fucking phenomenal question. So thank you for asking. I don't. None of my answer is intended to be elitist or anything like that. But I genuinely, it's just more knowledge and experience in those particular political issues. That's it. Like because again, the knowledge and the experience in those political issues is not going to tell you what the right answer is necessarily. Like it may tell you what you feel like is the right answer, but it isn't actually going to tell you what the right answer is. It's just going to allow you to determine which way you align personally. But the more knowledge and experience you have, the more you realize that there are plenty of other equally informed and experienced people who have fallen on different sides than you have, right? So I'm gonna give an example. I have a family member that always appeals to their age, and it's fucking irritating that they appeal to their age in order to say, well, I am this old and I've just been alive for this many years longer than you. So, I'm just saying like, my perspective is better than yours. That's the implicit argument. And that pisses me off, not because it disagrees with me, but because it's just a stupid thing to say. Because for every single person who will say that, having landed where you landed politically, there are just as many actually, there are way many more people who have the same level of knowledge and experience, if not even more than you do, that ended up in a completely different political position than you are. So the fact that people say shit like that is it's just a fucking stupid, like it's a useless, arbitrary appeal to your age as some sense of authority that you don't actually have. Like, it makes you feel good, fine, go ahead and say it if it makes you feel good, but it's a stupid fucking thing to say. So I think that's what it is. Like, you get more exposure, you learn more about like, here, like for example, when it comes to like trans issues, right? That stuff is, I mean, it's still very new as far as humanity is digging into it and like actually trying to understand it and research it and study it and try things and see what might work. That's all relatively new as far as like how seriously we're taking it. And it's hotly debated because of that, right? It's not clearly established necessarily which way or the other. It's not just about age, just saying, yeah, yeah, gotcha, Ted. It's just, you're gonna find other people who are just as informed and experienced as you are that end up in different positions. it's like you have to acknowledge that reality, and then stop focusing on the other arbitrary qualifiers. Start focusing on the actual issues. And a lot of people, because life is busy as shit, and they're like, we only have so much mental capacity to devote to certain things. You know, some people pick a position because that's the best they could do with the time they had, and they just landed on it. So, you know, I agree with my dad that it's not just about age. I'm not saying it's just about age, that's for sure, even though that's the way it gets conveyed all the time.
Oh yeah, I see your dad now. Okay. I didn't see on the Twitch thing.
Yeah. Like that's the message that is sent every time, and it's particularly frustrating. So again, when you learn more about particular subjects, you're going to be better informed as to where the clarity and the lack of clarity exists within that particular topic. And when you have more experience in talking about that particular topic with other people, you're going to see just how many different places people can land on particular issues. And when you start seeing more of that, you start tempering your sort of like, not necessarily confidence, but like your certainty is tempered just a little bit to say, well, you know what? I still do feel confident in where I personally stand. I'm happy with it because it makes me feel like I'm in the right position and I'm doing good things and all that, which is good. But you'll be a little bit more open-minded to hearing the other opposing or even just slightly tangential positions to your own. And when you go through enough of that, it's really a lot easier to acknowledge, you know what? You can't argue that everything like that you talk about is like the way you talk about it and your position on it is correct 100% of the time, because it just simply isn't. That's why, like, there are very few things that I will take a hardline stance on. And politics is generally not actually one of those things. It depends, because I can see different arguments between the Democratic side and the Republican side. Again, that's why I'm a centrist. But there are certain things where I will take a hardline stance. For example, the fucking dickhead that just came into my chat specifically to say, for the first thing they ever said in my chat, to make a comment about my hairline, you're just an asshole. Like there's no other side of the argument to say, well, actually, I think it's okay to make fun of someone's immutable characteristic. No, you're just an asshole, right? Or like making fun of someone who has a stutter. No, there's no justification for that. Again, you can do it if you want, I guess. Like, hey, we live in America. Go ahead and do and say the things that you want, generally speaking. But does that make you a good person? No, it doesn't. You know, it doesn't. And there is no defense for it. So if you're going to do it, at least acknowledge that there isn't a defense for it. Just own the fact that you want to say something shitty. Like, it's, hey, you know, because you're going to find someone who's like, well, I don't think that's shitty. Fine, go talk to them. I flat out disagree. You know, so it's things like that. But there are very few things that I will push back on really, really hard when it comes to like my own actual position with someone in chat. But I will definitely push back on someone, for example, like you, and I'm not dunking on you at all, but your perspective was very, I think I have a firm grasp on this issue, and I think my position is more right. And I just, what I'll push back on is, I know you think you're right, but you don't know that you're right. So you can still maintain the position, but at least acknowledge that you don't know that you're right, you know?
So is there like any way to like, I don't know. I think for me is like I think exactly what you said just now kind of is a little bit of, is definitely my problem, because I definitely have like I would say a fairly like open-minded hearing people out, but I don't really have like a super fair, I don't think I have like enough of a fairly open mind to like really, unless like they give me evidence for something, I really don't have like a I don't know, I just like have a pretty hard time changing like what I think about, like, especially stuff about like if someone's gay or not, or like stuff like that, like to where it's like I think and I see what you're saying, like, and I do understand, but also at the same time, like, personally, I just don't really know why, like for example, like, if someone has like beliefs in like the way that they grew up and everything, and they think like, oh yeah, like this person looks a certain way, or like likes a certain kind of person, like this makes them like less than me, kind of. Like, I have a hard time like not thinking that they are like on the correct, like I don't personally see how like their thinking is like more right than mine, which I know that's like what the argument like you're making.
Yeah.
But I'm saying like, but I'm just saying that like I just like think like there should be like kind of like a limit to like, okay, like there's a difference in between being right or wrong and just kind of being a dick, like, and not accepting people like just because you like personally aren't comfortable with it.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. Yeah, that's why like there are certain things where I will take that position. You know, like if we're talking about, let's focus. Thank you. Just on homosexuality. Okay, there are people that like genuinely believe that that is the incorrect mode of operation, right, through life. Like being gay is a bad thing. You can think that. That's your prerogative. You can think it however you want, but then you have to consider, does it affect me? The answer is no. Like the only way it affects you is if you allow it to affect you, and at that point you're choosing to be such a bigot that it affects you. Like just let people be gay if they want to be gay. You don't have to agree with it. You don't have to turn yourself gay. No one is trying to tell you everyone should be gay. Just acknowledge that some people are. Whether you think it was a choice or not is none of your fucking business, right? If people are gay and they want to, you know, have same-sex relations, let them do that. It literally doesn't affect you at all. So that's another one of those things where I push the nuance, not the position itself, right? You can have whatever position you want, but if it doesn't affect you, shut the fuck up. Same thing comes with like trans rights. I think there are serious conversations that need to be had when it comes to trans issues, including what is one of the most hot button issues right now, trans individuals competing in sports. I think that's a conversation that really needs to be had. And actually, as a matter of fact, it is the farther left wingers that are unwilling to have that conversation, because to them, it's such a foregone conclusion. The existence of trans people and the legitimacy of all of the science and everything behind it. I'm sorry, it's just like, I know you want it to be that clear, and I'm sure to you it feels that clear, but it doesn't feel like that to everybody, and the science is not 100% conclusive as to exactly where like we should land empirically. It's just not that simple. So I go back to the same thing. I'm not gonna say whether like trans people are real or not real. Like, what a stupid fucking conversation to have. At the end of the day, if someone else's decision to be or to not be trans doesn't affect you, shut the fuck up. So that's how I handle these types of things. I take hard line stances when it comes to particular ways we treat people, because I think those things are obvious. I think making fun of someone for an immutable characteristic, which means something that is inherent to them and they can't change it, like my hairline, for example, you know, there's never a good justification for making fun of an immutable characteristic of someone. There just isn't. Like even oh, you got a small dick, like that's not okay. I mean, yeah, it like depending on the context, it can be a fun, edgy joke, whatever. But like if you're actually saying it and being serious about it, you're just being a dick. Like there's no good reason to say it other than to be a dick. Like you're not actually making some point by calling someone out for an immutable characteristic. You might think you are, and you're dead wrong. Like I don't know what point you think you're making when you call out my hairline. Like does my hairline have any weight in whether I'm intelligent or whether I'm a decent human being or whether I'm a really good gamer or whether like I don't know, I drive a cool car or something? Like no, it's a completely arbitrary thing to say, and the only actual purpose of it is to be an asshole. So I will always take a position on shit like that. And by the way, like that's okay. I'm going to stop there. But yeah, so it takes time, takes knowledge, and it takes experience to figure out those types of nuances. To say, you know what, there are certain things. Just there's really nothing good that comes out of it. One of the things I learned, this actually draws a pretty good analogy to law school. Hey, glad you figured out the code stuff, Hacks. So, free speech. I don't know why there are free speech absolutists. I don't know why they exist. Like it's so obvious the harm that comes from certain types of speech at certain points. And so I'll explain just a little bit of like the history of how our quote unquote free speech has evolved throughout the existence of the United States of America. We initially came up with the fucking First Amendment, which is the right to freely associate and all that good stuff, right to free speech. And then what started happening was we started witnessing some forms of speech that were like, oh fuck, actually, we probably shouldn't be okay with that one because it is doing measurable harm. And oh man, there are so many different ways I can exemplify this. It does measurable harm, and it is not counterbalanced by social value. It is not sufficiently counterbalanced by social value. So if I could say something that is a little bit harmful, but it is actually incredibly socially valuable, you might have an argument for free speech there. But for example, to go back to like making fun of someone's immutable characteristic, whether it be a fucking stutter or their hairline or the way I walk, there's no social value to that whatsoever, other than to be a dick and belittle people. So that obviously should be granted far less consideration for protection than other forms of speech. So our courts throughout history have come up with what are called time, place, and manner exceptions. And I know I gave this example before, but I'm going to give it again. If I was sitting around a bonfire with my friends and family and I exclaimed, "Fire!" That's all right. Obviously, there's a bonfire right there. Just making a descriptive comment. Oh, look, there's a fire, which it's literally right there. If I said it the exact same way I said it when I was at the bonfire, but I said it in a movie theater while a movie is playing and there is no fire, that's obviously incredibly problematic, because now what you're going to do is you're going to send all of the people within that theater into a frenzy trying to get out of there because you just yelled fire. And they're all like, oh fuck, I don't want to die to a fire. So they're going to go running out. Now you're causing social harm, and the thing that you said has no social value whatsoever. So that's why over time we've carved out more and more and more examples of what we call time, place, and manner, time, place, and or manner restrictions, to say that, yeah, generally speaking, we understand that you should be able to say what you want whenever you want. Sure. But there are certain limits where you are no longer allowed to say what you want, the way you want it, at what time you want it, in the manner you want to. And that just needs to exist. So like for people who say, oh, we should have absolute free speech because the good arguments will outweigh the bad ones. No, they won't. And the courts know better than that. I'm not saying you're stupid. I'm just saying you don't know better when you make that statement. It's just simply not true that good arguments always win out over the bad ones. It just isn't true. And especially when it comes to the internet, when your platform allows one person not just to speak to one other person who could potentially push back against a stupid argument the one person said in a one-on-one conversation. Now we have megaphones. So I am one single person, potentially, if I'm HASAN, for example, talking to hundreds of thousands of people all at once. I'm sorry, but the few people within that audience that are going to hear the thing that was just said and push back against it are not going to be able to undo the damage you just did. by saying something incredibly damaging and harmful to an audience of hundreds of thousands of people, many of whom don't actually know well enough to understand or recognize that what you just said was incredibly harmful and or had no social value whatsoever. That's a part of the massive issue I take with HASAN. He has such a huge megaphone. I mean, like in the grand scheme of things, the things he says and the way he says them at the time he says them, time, place, and manner, by the way, the time, place, and manner in which he says so many of the things he says is so incredibly damaging, and in the long run, they reach millions of people. His audience, his platform is that large. He reaches millions of people with incredibly stupid and damaging statements that have basically zero social value, and the people that are actually consuming the content are none the wiser. Not to say that it's it's not even necessarily their fault. It could just be lack of education or understanding on just exactly how problematic this shit is. This is a part of why I want to talk about it, because I can't possibly combat all of the dumbass things, all of the super damaging things HASAN says on his 11-hour streams every fucking day to hundreds of thousands of people. I can't do that. Nobody can. So, like, for me, the perspective of, like, people actually doing what Jason suggested, for example, which I understand the suggestion, is like, oh, why don't you react to and argue against his specific content? It's a waste of time. There are plenty of people who are doing that, and it's not actually doing anything, because it's a bunch of other echo chambers that already disagreed with his shit, and it didn't actually move the needle. So I want to talk more about the broad issues that result in those specific shitty takes, as opposed to just getting down into the weeds and focusing on attacking shitty take after shitty take. It may be really, really good content. You know, it may get me a lot bigger of a following to do that, but it's not helpful. And I'm trying to be helpful while I'm on the internet. Jason just asked, so do you think he deserves the following he has? No, I don't. No, I don't. Because I think part of how he's gotten as big as he is by lying and being a hypocrite directly to people's faces. And those are people he knows are not equipped. Like, they're not all equipped to parse through and understand when he just says something it's the same thing with the Joe Rogan argument, where Joe Rogan's like, I don't know why anybody listens to me. I'm just an idiot with the largest podcast platform on the planet. Like, bro, you're an idiot. You're an idiot. Like, people are going to listen to you, and when you have a platform that large, you have to acknowledge that. Otherwise, you're just being an idiot. Like, again, you can acknowledge it and say, I don't give a fuck. I'm going to do what I'm going to do. Okay, fine. At least you're honest about being, doing this in a shitty fashion. At least you're honest. But these large-ass platforms are not honest. They're lying straight to people's faces, knowing that they're lying to people who can't even tell that they're being lied to. It's crazy. So Jason, what does he lie about and switch his perspective of in order to be hypocritical? The Russia-Ukraine issue was one of those things. He was literally bragging like a cocky asshat about how he knows everything about foreign policy and Russia's never going to invade Ukraine. By the way, 2 weeks later, they did, and he had to retract that dumbass statement. Another one is he talks about copyright issues as recently as this last week without actually having any fucking fundamental understanding about why intellectual property law exists, it seems, at least as he talks on his stream. And then when it comes to the Streamer Awards, which he is going to be on, he is a part of, and the person who set up and hosted the Streamer Awards asks people on Twitter not to fucking watch the Streamer Awards on their own stream. Then he goes, oh, that's a completely valid request. Meanwhile, he's streaming MasterChef. Fuck off with that shit. Like, he is a massive hypocrite. In the Complex video, he talks about how, like, he kind of pioneered the political space on Twitch. No, he fucking didn't. He capitalized on the fact that someone else pioneered it. He's a hypocrite all the time because he'll add like one little thing to any argument that is going to justify his own position. He lacks logical consistency to such an extent that he even just said this past week, oh man, I hate consistency Andes. The only reason you hate inconsistency Andes is because you are inconsistent as fuck. You are just a hypocrite who is happy doing your own thing. You're happy doing your own thing, and you don't want anybody to push back on you ever. Well, guess what? If you're inconsistent, people will push back on you, okay? So at least own the inconsistency. Don't bitch and moan and act like you are consistent when you are plainly not. So that's how he is a hypocrite. And there are countless examples that you could find if you wanted to dig into HASAN's streaming career. But how is it hypocritical to watch another content creator's content? Not. I didn't say it was. He didn't watch hers because she asked not to. No, he didn't watch hers because he was in the Streamer Awards. Has the creator of that chef show ever asked people not to do that? That's not the point. Not the point. And I don't know. I can't tell you. But that's not the point. That's not why copyright laws exist. That's not why intellectual property laws exist. The Streamer Awards, I mean, he was literally at the event. Oh, by the way, sorry, Paul, I know you're still in here.
Yeah, that's right.
So, how would he have streamed her stream if he was in it? Exactly. So it's easy for him to take the position that everybody else shouldn't stream the Streamer Awards that she is literally streaming on Twitch. It's easy for him to take that position in that context, whereas when he's watching MasterChef, he'll say, fuck that, I'm gonna watch MasterChef. Just don't be an idiot. Just don't watch all the real high-profile Disney stuff and stop snitching on each other. Because that's sound policy that we should be pushing on to people. That's totally not gonna get them in trouble for copyright infringement, potentially, right? Like, saying dumb stuff like this could actually get people sued. What does that even mean? What do you mean? What is fundamentally different about the fact that one is produced content and one is live? I'll wait. Actually, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Go ahead and answer that question. I'll be right back. Okay. All right. Here we go. She actively asked them not to stream it, since it would take away from live viewership, which is how they make their money. Do you think that... Okay, let me read the whole message first, and then I'll respond to it. Watching produced content brings people to watch more since they're capable of going back and simply searching for it. If you think that most people do that, I think you're wrong. And by the way, that's not even, like, that's not the point of intellectual property law. So the point of copyright and trademark protections is to enable the people who took the time to invest the blood, sweat, tears, and money into creating a piece of content or a piece of art. And it's supposed to enable them to actually make money from it. So I personally, if you're asking for my perspective, if she asked not to stream it, I'd probably be like, you know what? I'm not going to stream it. I don't necessarily take an issue with that. I take an issue with the hypocrisy of HASAN's position when it comes to this stuff. Because the reason production companies make MasterChef is so that they can make money on it. And when a massive platform of hundreds of thousands of people, if not millions of people in the grand scheme, can watch something through HASAN's stream without having paid for it through the normal channels, that production company is losing money that they would have otherwise been entitled to. Now, they may be big enough that they're not going to pursue a cause of action against HASAN or someone else for it. Maybe. That doesn't make the original action justified. You can easily go to an older video that was released and watching it back will bring views. Yeah, but how many? How many actually, compared to how many views were taken away by the fact that someone already saw it through HASAN? This is just an anecdote. So again, like, we would need to look to like a broader study on this type of thing, which I'm pretty sure is like going on now, but not actually done. I would be willing to bet everything I own, that HASAN pulled more viewership away from the MasterChef show than he sent to it. In terms of dollars that ended up in the production company's pockets, which then, by the way, gets distributed through not just the execs, but also the cameramen and women and the boom holders and the editors and all that shit. Like, they lost money. I'm just gonna go ahead and throw that out there. He pulled more away from that show than he sent in their direction. That's the problem. And copyright, like intellectual property law, doesn't actually give a shit about taking away views. It's about the money, right? It's the fact that someone who took the time and invested the blood, sweat, tears, and money into creating a piece of content to be able to make money on that thing they just created. And when you're watching shows that are behind a paywall and you are not behind a paywall, you are taking money away from the original copyright holder in the work that was behind the paywall. There's no getting around that. It is like the live video thing is the same thing, because if someone else is watching it through HASAN's channel, if he weren't at the Streamer Awards, for example, they're not going to be going over there. So you're right in that sense, right? Because if they're watching the Streamer Awards in HASAN's channel, they're never going to go watch it back on QT Cinderella's channel. Not going to happen. That only reinforces my point. That's why the hypocrisy from HASAN is so frustrating. Because on one hand, he'll do the shit, like basically indiscriminately. And on the other hand, then he'll say, well, wait a second, you shouldn't do it here. Like, by the way, he'll say that in a situation where it is so easy for him to say it because he was at the event. Here's what would have been a real fun indicator. If he was not going to the Streamer Awards, would he have streamed it anyways? Good question. Good question. I don't know. But I think both of those are problematic, and it's the hypocrisy in that he holds two positions at the same time. I'm glad you asked. I'm sure it probably did. It probably did. But number one, no, I know. I'm the one that said regardless of viewer count. I know. You don't have to remind me. I know that was the same situation. But I was engaging in fair use of that content, right? There are stretches where HASAN will let MasterChef or other things play, and he's not even there. He's not absorbing it. He's just freely letting it play. That's the bigger issue, really. So if we're gonna, this is a part of the issue. We're like breaking into the specifics of a scenario, which I guess if you're down to dig into it, cool. I just don't want to make that like my primary purpose. So yeah, in that sense, it is the same situation. And fun fact, before I started watching that YouTube video about the therapist, I literally touched on this point. If you go back to the past broadcast, you can literally watch me and hear me say, actually, it kind of intrigues me, this whole idea of React content on the internet, including this video. And I even said, looking at the stream, so Mr. Girl, the one who literally created and posted the video, if you want to talk about this and give me your perspective as to what you think may be the better way to go, let me know. I would love to have that conversation. So I can at least appreciate that you're pointing that out. But the difference there is the only thing that I could potentially have taken away is like a little bit of AdSense. That's it. I didn't make anything off of my playthrough and reaction to that video. I made nothing. So I don't know how to really answer that or solve that problem necessarily, other than to say that I was watching it for the sake of reacting to and commenting on. And in the case of the complex video about HASAN, I was watching it for the sake of criticizing the content of the interview. So has the creator of MasterChef asked people not to watch their content? I don't know, but that's irrelevant. For purposes of copyright law, that's irrelevant. It's the same thing. So here's another one of my analogies. If a kid in a convenience store grabs a candy bar and without paying for it, runs away out the door, and the convenience store owner or the manager sees the kid run out the door with the candy bar and says, you know what? I'm not going to tell him not to do that. I'm not going to go chase him. I'm not going to sue a child for a candy bar. Does that mean the kid didn't steal the candy bar? No, obviously not. The kid still stole the candy bar. So for purposes of intellectual property, like copyright at least, because trademarks you have to actually police. But there's just as much respect in this situation as there is in accordance to the law. No, there is not. No, there is not. By playing copyrighted and paywall protected content and broadcasting and publishing that to hundreds of thousands of other people who did not have to go through the same paywall as you, that is not in accordance to the law. Even if the copyright owner decides not to pursue you for it, yes, MasterChef is behind a paywall. Yeah, you have to be subscribed to Fox in order to watch that. So just because a copyright owner doesn't actually pursue you for copyright infringement does not mean you did not infringe their copyright. And we can look up the elements if you would like. But I think like that one is pretty uncontroversial. If he respects people's requests when it comes to monetized content, then he's in the right. No, he isn't. No, he isn't. That's exactly what that's what I'm trying to explain. If you get a cease and desist and you comply with the cease and desist, that doesn't mean the original action which prompted the cease and desist. Okay, fine. If it's MasterChef and you can watch it on YouTube, then fine, watch it on YouTube. That's fine. Fine. Okay, we'll take that argument away. The premise that I'm making is the same, and the way HASAN talked about this is just it doesn't bring in that clarity or that nuance at all. I'm glad you pulled up MasterChef. Fair enough, Paul. I'm glad you pulled up MasterChef on YouTube, but the point is the same. If you pull up paywalled copyrighted content, by the way, the reason the paywall is there is to make sure that the copyright owner, the person who created that content, actually gets paid for the content they create. You pull that up and you watch it, and you're not doing anything with it, you're infringing the copyright. And actually, I think even further, I don't know that. Hold on. Now we're going to get into the actual. I haven't done copyright infringement since in law school. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So, here's what constitutes copyright infringement. I guess I pulled this up real quick. I just grabbed like the first result that caught my eye. Ew. A copyright infringement action. Wait, so should Instagram and Twitter users be fined for their use of content? I know a lot of creators bring lots of money to shows even without review. Now you're asking good questions. The reason you're asking those questions is because we don't yet actually have much clarity on this issue when it comes to the internet. So I appreciate where you're going with it for sure. That's what we're trying to figure out, right? I mean, what about spoof accounts or stan accounts or parody accounts, right? Well, if it's called a parody account on Twitter, but the profile picture is my profile picture, is it infringement insofar as we're talking the entire account, or are we talking about the fact that you just took my exact profile picture and decided to use it? Well, technically, it's still copyright infringement. And by the way, the reason this is problematic is because there can be statutory damages awarded upon a finding of copyright infringement. This is a part of the problem. So you can run it down the line, which apparently we have now done. You can run it down the line and say, well, it didn't affect their bottom end or bottom line in terms of dollars. Technically, that could be true. Although I think in a lot of the higher profile regards, that is really, really hard to make a determination on. But a copyright infringement requires a plaintiff to prove, 1, ownership of a valid copyright. Okay? So I'm the copyright holder in MasterChef because I created the fucking thing. I validly own copyright. And number 2 is an actionable copying by the defendant of constituent elements of the work that are original, which means if you take my work and play it as it's originally composed or created, you are infringing it. You are publishing it, and you don't have the rights to publish it. I do. Now, I can say, you know what? I'm gonna post this piece of work that I just created. I'm not gonna make any money on it, but I'm posting it. I still maintain the copyright. So you still, as a matter of law, cannot just go publish it the same way I did as if it's your own. Like, you just can't do that. And if you do, by the way, and someone decides to come after you for it, you might get slapped with a lawsuit. Maybe. I'm not saying you will, and I'm definitely not saying you won't, but you might. Which is why I think it is incredibly problematic, not only for HASAN to be as back and forth about like which intellectual property he will respect and which he really won't, but he also will tell people on Twitter, oh, just don't watch the high profile stuff, as if the high profile stuff is the actual copyrighted stuff and anything below that is not actually copyrighted stuff. but there are situations where he is reviewing content actively. Yeah, that's perfectly okay. That part is okay. I don't take issue with him playing content and commenting on, reacting to, or criticizing, or even satirizing the content to such an extent that it would reasonably constitute fair use. That's what I do as well, right? That's what I was doing when I was watching the Dr. K video that Mr. Girl posted. That's actually the same thing I was doing when I was watching the Complex video from HASAN. Perfect example, by the way, of the difference in enforcement. So throw that whole thing out the window because he occasionally leaves the frame? No. I'm not saying throw that whole thing out the window. I'm saying he doesn't respect the intellectual property law. And he shows it by saying, I fucking hate intellectual property. He says it. I hate IP. And then he has plenty of times where on stream, he lets something play and leaves frame for I don't know how long. That's infringement. And he's flagrant about it. And he basically is saying, here, everybody else, do the same thing. Who gives a shit? By the way, perfect example of the dichotomy in enforcement, right? I was doing the same thing with the Dr. K video as I did with the Complex video about HASAN. My Dr. K video is still up and not blocked. Whereas my Complex HASAN React video is blocked because the copyright owner decided to claim it. Now, technically, if I wasn't actually engaging in fair use of the content, it doesn't matter whether either of them decided to actually claim it. I'm still engaging in infringement. This is part of the problem, is like we're talking about one specific situation, and how long have we been talking about it now? Probably been 45 minutes. This is a part of what I find so problematic about people like HASAN. Is I was trying to keep the subject simple because I want to focus on more of the high level issues. And this is how much you can get into the weeds about particular things. And he says so many things that would require getting down into the weeds like this. That is my problem. Because it is impossible for the quote unquote, like, you know, good, reasonable people to say, whoa, wait a second, let's unpack what he just said. It is impossible for those people to actually counterbalance the fact that he said it to hundreds of thousands, and in the grand scheme of things, millions of people. And he does it all the time. And he says, I don't give a shit. One act does not describe a person. That's correct. Also, that's the same argument as legal and not legal marijuana. Correct. If you're actively disagreeing with the law, taking money away from a legalized tender, then you're a bad person. What? No. You can disagree with a law. But your disagreement with the law does not give you the ability or the right to disregard that law. It's the same thing with weed, right? I could say, I don't give a shit about weed. I don't care. I think it's ridiculous that marijuana is a Schedule I drug. Yeah, no, I appreciate you using it. Yeah, sorry. Let me, so you're familiarizing yourself one conversation at a time with like how I talk about things. I wasn't pushing back against you as if you shouldn't have used it as an argument. I actually think it's a good argument. But it furthers the point. I think it is ridiculous that marijuana is a Schedule I drug, federally speaking. But I also acknowledge that it's a Schedule I drug, federally, right? And if I were to choose to consume that in violation of the law and then be caught and face legal consequence for it, but I kind of knew that was a possibility because I know what the law is because I disagree with it. So I decided to violate it because I disagree with it. And then guess what? Well, if it isn't the consequences of my own actions. It's the same thing when HASAN is not engaging in any fair use of intellectual property, and he specifically says, I hate IP. And then on the other side of the coin, literally expects everybody to respect one of his friends' IP. That's exactly what I'm talking about. That's the problem. You can't acknowledge that a law exists and then say, I'm going to violate it because I disagree with the law. Huh. Yeah, well, let's see what law enforcement and let's see what the judge has to say about that. And he does the same thing. He disagrees with the law, but he acknowledges it. No, he doesn't. He does not. He doesn't acknowledge it. That's what I'm saying. Like, he just gets up and walks away for however long when he's watching this copyrighted content. He knows when he goes away from his screen, he's not engaging in fair use of the content. He knows that. I fucking hope. I hope. And again, whether he has received punishment for his actions is irrelevant in determining whether he infringed copyright. See where we just were 5 minutes ago. The copyright holder can choose not to pursue him for damages. That's their choice. That does not mean he was not engaging in copyright infringement. And when he specifically says, I hate IP, it becomes even more understandable that, yeah, I guess he would sort of flout the intellectual property law that he literally openly professes he hates. That argument has many holes. What argument has many holes? What are the holes? Not fair to single out one person and use them as a sole example when it comes to one specific instance. For you to not like him because of this one possible situation, then you should be calling out all creators who do this. I would! By the way, that's not a hole in the argument. But I would. Yes. Yep. But my site was specifically focused on HASAN because he's one of the largest megaphones on the platform. I'm going to focus on the individual. No, I don't know. I don't know if I was doing it, I would like immediately call myself out. But if someone said, hey, you're doing this same thing, then I would have, I mean, if I did that, I would have to acknowledge that I was doing that same thing. Yes. Yes. And I've told people on my stream before, hold me accountable. If you guys think like I'm being a completely unreasonable dickhead, particularly compared to the rest of people on the internet. I mean, Jesus, I would hope I'm not. But if you genuinely think I am, then say something. Now, I might prefer sometimes, depending on the context, that you not like, you know, put me as the streamer on blast in the chat section that shows up on my screen in my own stream. But you could also send a DM and say, hey, I think you're doing the same thing here. And I'd be like, well, I'd have to think about it and go, well, fuck, am I? This is what I was trained to do. Like, I learned how to consider multiple sides of an argument. And I can that's part of like my mental and emotional and existential problem is I question myself all the time. And I'm like, I don't know. Am I doing the right thing? I don't fucking know. I think I know generally that I'm doing the right thing though. And I think it is pretty clear just how many problematic things HASAN does and says all the time. I'm not even just talking about this particular instance, and I'm not going to go into another one because it took an hour to get through this one. That is part of my point. Yeah, I want to improve, by the way. As a person, yes. Yes, I would hope I'd call myself out, or at least recognize when I was being properly called out. Yep. Shit. I think even Paul's called me out a little bit before. On the sidelines, of course. And I've been like, yeah, okay, fair enough. I don't know what. Hold on one sec. Let me ask. Hey, Heather, what's this stuff called? All right. Yeah, it's like a teriyaki chicken and vegetable.
Oh.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Oh, it's veggie? What is it, like soy bits or something in here? Or egg? Oh, it's egg. Okay, not chicken. It's veggie stir-fried rice. Okay, I'm going back to my concaves. Love you, Viper. Sounds good, man. Listen, all right? I don't know. Yeah, all for intellectual conversation. Exactly. That's exactly what I was going to say before you go. I appreciate that type of conversation. I really do. And I appreciate that you actually engaged with it through and through. Because I'm hoping that like one person heard what we were just talking about and is thinking about it. You may not end up on the same position or in the same position as me. Fine. But there are certain realities that HASAN doesn't acknowledge when he has conversations about these types of things. Copyright law being one of those things. He portrays a fundamental misunderstanding of not just the copyright law, but why it exists. And he shits on it. And he's cultivating a population of people who shit on things that they don't understand. I have a huge problem with that. So as much as it's a lost cause to try and dig into every single specific issue that is problematic with HASAN, this was a perfect example of that. By the way, as much of a problem as that is, I'm willing to get into the conversation, and I'm also willing to be wrong. So, you know, just keep that in mind. Feel free to call me out if you think I'm actually being fucking crazy. I'm also just being devil's advocate because that's who I am. Fair. That's how you get to like the closest to truth, right? That's how you get as close as possible to truth, is by being devil's advocate sometimes. I do the same thing. I'll pose hypotheticals that people haven't necessarily thought about before in order to prompt further thought. So I completely respect it, and I appreciate you having the conversation with me. Kick ass in them comp games, dude. What you up to, Paul?
Oh, I was just waiting. I don't know. I only have like really like one more thing, I guess. Well, maybe I mean I don't know about one more, but like this like main thing. Kind of like tying back to what we were talking about earlier. So like you know how like a lot of people just have a really hard time like hearing other people out on like ways that they like think without getting like you know like just not hear it, whether they don't want to hear the other people out or they're just gonna get like all mean or like they just like can't listen to another side because they think they're right and the other person's wrong and you know all that like
No doubt.
I was like wondering like in some regard like is there like some validity to saying that like talking it all out like maybe like wouldn't really like solve it all like and like I mean that in a way that like I think, and I don't obviously it may not solve it all in general, but I mean like more in the way that like I feel like a lot of people like feel the way they do just based on like life experiences and like like years and years of upbringing and like years and years of things they've seen and done and like all this to where like even if like how could you really like I understand the whole like you could see that person's side, but like to have a conversation and make someone like see your side or like accept it more, like is there just like some validity to saying that like mentally like some people like just because you have never like experienced certain things and like you just like have only experienced in the same regard certain things that like your brain and like just like your own like mentality like you like wouldn't be able to really like see their side?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yes. 100%. So that is not all the time the case, right? There are some times where, you know, as you're engaging in the conversation, you know, someone will go, oh yeah, okay, that does make sense. I see your point there. And I think, I mean, I guess I don't know for sure. maybe Jason still disagrees with me, but I feel like we kind of reached that point where like, okay, I feel like we fleshed this out enough. And I know that, you know, you've had those types of conversations where you're at least posing slight disagreement to something someone says, and they go, all right, yeah, well, I see where you're coming from. Fair enough. But yeah, I absolutely do see that there are times where, for lack of a better way to say this, without sounding elitist or something, I don't fucking know. There are some times when you're having a conversation with someone who is not quote unquote equipped to see your side of the argument at that particular point in time. Absolutely. That happens a lot. But there, if it's a particular point of discussion that I find to be important enough, I will still engage with it and I'll say what I feel like I need to say in order to place certain markers in someone's conscious or in the back of someone's mind, so that if and when they do have some experience that aligns with what we were talking about, even if they didn't agree with it in the moment, this is kind of like being a parent. Even though I'm not one, okay? So I'm not trying to like assume all of the authority of being a parent, but I understand a little bit of how being a parent works. You know, your kid's not equipped to understand everything you say when you say it, right? But you hope that you're placing certain markers in the back of your kid's mind that even if they don't think about them for years and years to come, maybe even decades, who knows? It could be quite some time. Maybe at some point they will have some experience that triggers that marker I placed a year or a week or 10 years ago. And then they'll go, son of a bitch, now I get it. So yeah.
Oh, I was just gonna say, so like, well, okay, so like in that same regard, like, is there a certain like, since I was saying that like people, you know, some, like as we said, like some people just like aren't gonna be able to like really perceive or like see the other person's side just because like, how do you like determine like who is necessarily like right or wrong in that situation on certain things? Like, and I mean, and I understand there's some things that it's like an opinion, but I mean more in like a way of like for example, like we can use like cops for example, like for example, like, you know, somebody that like has had a rough upbringing and everything, and like they just like their entire family and like all this stuff, and like, you know, they see growing up that like cops like are looked at as like the bad guys kind of, you know. And then you see like another person that like grows up and are like, oh man, like we need to back the boys in blue, and they have a Blue Lives Matter flag and all this. Like, like if those two people were to argue with each other and like they have never lived like to the same degree, like in that regard, like is like, I guess, like how do you like differentiate, I guess, like I'm trying to think of like a good way to ask this, like for somebody that's had like a bad experience with police in their life compared to someone that hasn't, how do you differentiate if those two people were to meet, who out of the two is necessarily right or wrong, because they're both right in like their own regards to how they live?
Yeah, you don't, right? So on the individual level, you don't. You just acknowledge their individual experiences. So if someone comes in and says, man, I've literally never once had a good interaction with a cop, and I've interacted with cops 100 times, and I've had 100 bad experiences with cops, well, then it's fair for them to say, look, I fucking hate cops. I've had 100 out of 100 terrible experiences. And on the other end of the conversation, you might have a Blue Lives Matter person who says, you know what, I've had 100 interactions with cops, and every single one of them has been fantastic. Okay, well then you can safely say, you know what, hey, I like the cops. They're more useful to me. But in order to determine what would be the broader truth, and when I say that, I mean which of those experiences is more reflective of the overall experience of humanity within a given country, state, or locality, then you got to start aggregating those anecdotes. So those two positions we just talked about are anecdotes. Those are individual experiences. Like, here's my mileage. Your mileage may vary, right? So you start getting all of those anecdotes, and then you go, okay, well now I've talked to two people that have had 100 negative experiences and only one person that's had 100 positives. And then you keep going, and then maybe the pendulum swings in the other direction as you gather more samples. This is like research and experimentation and science, basically, is like gathering as many samples as you can to accurately reflect some hypothesis or even debunk a certain hypothesis. So it's all about gathering as many of those anecdotes as you can and combining them all together to say, on average, which of these is more reflective of the broader population's reality. And that's why, you know, that's a part of why the ACAB thing is just a terrible thing to have as a slogan, for example, coming from the left. Like, no, it's obviously not all cops are bastards. Now, I get the argument being that, like, well, in a sense, even the good ones prop up the bad parts of the structure, and therefore they're also bastards. Well, that's an asshole thing to say. Like, no, that doesn't make them bastards. Like, holy shit! If you think that's what makes someone a bastard, we need to clarify your definition of what makes, or your perception as to what makes someone a bastard. I think overall, I think the research does bear out. If someone wants to show me a peer-reviewed paper or something that says otherwise, then feel free. But I think it is pretty well established that overall, a majority, I'm not saying all of them, I'm not even necessarily saying most of them, I'm just saying a majority of people's experiences with the police are positive. I think that's where the research has landed so far. Now, again, as I said, we can continue gathering more samples, and maybe it does swing in the other direction, and we go, oh shit, actually, you know, based on a sample size of 5,000, we thought it was pretty good, but we got to 50,000 and oh fuck, it's a lot worse than we thought. Maybe you just haven't hit the right geographic locations yet. Maybe you're not talking to the right groups of people yet, or you know, something like that. So that's all you can do. Like when you're having a one-on-one conversation with somebody about their own experience versus yours, it's kind of silly to argue about which one of those two is necessarily correct, unless it is a topic where literally one person is approaching it not from a sense of reality, which does happen sometimes. But supposing that you've got two reasonable people who just have had two markedly different experiences, really the most you can do is acknowledge their experience for what it is. You can say yours for what it is if you want, but you can't use yours to dismiss theirs, unless you're going to go to the broader, well, actually, studies have shown this. And even then, sometimes saying that is not particularly helpful, because you can say, I don't give a fuck if the broader experience has been overwhelmingly positive. I have still had 100 out of 100 negative experiences, and that's why I don't like the cops. And then at that point, I would say, you know what? I think it's fair that you don't like the cops. You have literally 0% success rate with the cops, you know? So while the broader conclusion might be contrary to that person's position, if they've had 100 out of 100 negative experiences, I'm gonna say, well, fuck, yeah, that sucks. And that's it.
Like when they do studies like that stuff and everything, like do they kind of, let's say like they take like 100 people for example, and then there's like 40% out of the 60 that say like they've had bad experiences with the cops, or 60% of people that like say they haven't, like and maybe this is how it's done. I'm just more like me just like asking, I guess, like if you have any idea on it, like do you know that like do they genuinely look at like the negative response and try to like fix that, rather than looking at the positive response and being like, well, the positive outweighs the bad, so it's kind of like we're okay.
That depends on your lean, right? On that particular issue. So like there are some people who, I mean, sticking with the cop issue, for example, that because they've had 100 out of 100 positive experiences themselves, they will dismiss the other perspective that says I've had 100 out of 100 negative ones. And they'll say, well, I've had nothing but good ones. And actually, the majority is that we've had nothing but good ones. So fuck you and your shitty experiences. Maybe you're just doing something wrong. Maybe that's the case, but also maybe that's evidence that there is still some improvement that we can yet realize for the sake of adding more people to the list of people who overwhelmingly have positive instead of negative experiences. You know, like we can just say, oh yeah, well, hey, you're a statistic in the negative. Too bad. There's nothing we're gonna do here, and you know, and we're just gonna like. So let's say it's a 55-45 thing, right? Where like it's actually kind of close, right? I mean, 55% of the population's had good experiences, but 45 has had really negative experiences. Like, would it be reasonable for the 55% to say, you know what? Fuck all of you 45%. The majority is fine, so we don't care about you. And I mean, technically, this is a part of the problem with our political system and it being a two-party system. But yeah, I think any reasonable person who wants to make the world a better place will acknowledge their own privilege and the fact that they've had 100 out of 100 positive experiences with cops, but also acknowledge that there are other people who have had 100 out of 100 negative experiences and say, yeah, we should probably do something to help them out too. You know, I've had a really good experience. How can I make it so they have a good experience as well? I think those are the people we need to be talking to, by the way, not the people who are saying, wow, this is the best everything has ever been. I don't see what the problem is. Yeah, well, the reason you don't see the problem is because you're myopically focusing on your own fucking perspective, which is incredibly selfish to do. And again, you can do that if you want, but just know that it's a selfish thing to do. So, yeah, there you go.
So I guess, like, since we're on this, like, topic and everything, I guess, like, so I meet, like, a lot of people, so, like, me living where I do, we don't really have a good track record when it comes to police, and so I kind of there is definitely like an animosity like between like the people that live here and like the police like overall like I'm not saying like police are getting killed or anything. I'm just saying that like there's definitely a little bit of like a like oh like we're gonna try and like take care of things like and like we don't really like a lot of people don't really think that the cops are like much of a help and like and I'm not saying I think they are or not. That's not like but the thing is I and I don't know how it is where you live or anything. I really don't know much about Indiana at all. But I like it's a thing where I almost wonder. I've met a lot of people on both sides that are very like okay like fuck cops like completely like they're all fucking like pieces of shit like all wife beater and I've heard like pretty much everything there is to possibly say bad about them. But I've also seen a lot of people that are 100% like yes like for example like there's a lot of people that make a lot of arguments when it's like oh well if like for example when someone gets killed and like it's kind of like a controversial like oh we don't know if this was like a right way this was like there's a lot of times where a lot of people have like these like things where they'll be like well if the guy wouldn't have done this or like if the person wouldn't have done this or if this wouldn't have happened or if that like and I almost wonder why is it kind of and I don't know if you'll have an answer for this, but why is it kind of looked at as by so many people that like in a sense there is like no possible way there could be a bad cop or like cops doing something wrong and I mean like and I'm trying to ask that because I do see a lot of people like and I think there are some people that are a little bit too harsh about the cops too. I'm not 100% like against cops. I don't think they're like inherently bad. I just think that like why is it that with everything you can look at like statistically and everything when it comes to like police unions, when you look at like police like all this other stuff involving that stuff and how like much like the unions back police officers and like that's honestly another reason a lot of like for example how you bring up how a lot of people say that the good cops don't like do anything about the bad cops. Like there's stories that you can literally look up of where cops have tried turning people in and they get like kind of like shut down for it and everything because like of the union's power and like stuff like that. And that's like statistically proven stuff. Like that's stuff you can look up. Where it's why the thing is too is so I mean like we'll just use this as an example like the George Floyd stuff like when Derek Chauvin who like was like leaning on his neck and stuff I heard so many arguments from people being like well like why didn't that girl that was recording go do anything and like push him off like the cop off him and stuff and it's like I think that's the problem I have with it in a way is I think to a degree I don't think people should be able to shit on cop like I think there does need to be like an authority level obviously like obviously a cop shouldn't be like able to be just freewheelingly treated like shit because of their job or profession but I do think in regards like I don't think it's like right in the same way that if you're literally seeing a cop do something that you personally think is like and like it's clear as day what's happening and like you're like it's fucked up like the thing is like if you try and do anything to that cop or like stop that cop or something like they have the upper hand on you like immediately just because like of like their profession which like I don't think that's like necessarily how like I said I'm not saying like that girl should have just whipped out a gun and killed the cop instead of killing but I'm saying that like I think there is a little bit of a thing of like the power in it all like being a police officer if you're already a bad person or like or even if you're not even if it just happens throughout your life experience of being a cop like and you start to think like you start to become a piece of shit and like you start to like become and I mean it could mentally happen to anybody. I know cops like you have to deal with like some of the worst things people could have to see on like a daily basis and everything like I'm not denouncing that but I do think there is a level of like they chose the job and they chose that profession and they need to like own up to the actions like rather than being a whole like because especially around here what's happened is a lot of cops like after all the riots and everything and all this they ended up like a lot of cops went on leave because they didn't want to like be a part of the force anymore. A lot of cops like for whatever reason, like I'm sure there's multiple for all of them, and there's also a thing where a lot of cops like kind of are a lot more selective about what they respond to now. And I kind of think, and a lot of people I've argued, like talked about this would be like, well, the cops can't like freely leave their job now because there's so much backlash and they have to worry so much about what they do. But in the same regard, if you're like police officers literally have the power over like everybody in regards to where they can kind of get away with a lot of stuff that a lot of normal ass people couldn't. To where I kind of think, in a way, like, wouldn't it be like, don't, like, in my own opinion, like, wouldn't the way to get the public back on your side, like, be doing, if anything, like a better job than you did before, rather than giving up on the community that you've already let down?
Yes.
Like,
yeah.
Like, I'm just saying, because I want to know what your side is, because like I live like in a place where like this shit's like firsthand, like this is where like it just fucking seems like every few months there's something new happening, to where like
yeah, you know what part of the problem is? When people say shit to cops like ACAB. That's a problem. When you demonize people, you turn them into the thing that you're demonizing them for. It's the same thing as like when you call people who migrate illegally over the border, you call them illegals or aliens. You're dehumanizing them. You're demonizing them, right? People aren't looking at these people when you say things like that, like human beings. And by the way, when you say it straight to that person's face, they feel like you're not looking at them and talking to them like they're a human goddamn being. So that's part of the problem, is the rhetoric. I think it, like, I mean, Biden just said this in the State of the Union address. Like, we don't need to defund police. We need to fund them, and we need to ensure that our police function as a country is performing how it's supposed to, because in certain respects it isn't, right? And defunding the police departments is not going to make that better. It's probably going to make it worse. We need to give them more resources to learn better how to engage with the community. Sometimes that includes going out with a social worker or something like that. Yes. But yeah, like when you're talking to a cop and you're screaming ACAB at him, you're making them feel like a demon, and you're far more likely to make them a piece of shit cop than you are to make them a better one. So I think, you know, it's not what you say, it's how you say it, right? If we say, I think we could do a hell of a lot better than any cop in the United States having his knee on a guy's neck for 9 minutes straight, post containment and restrainment, is fucking insane. I think we can do better than that. That's a reasonable statement, I think, without going so far as to say, ACAB, fuck all cops, you're all bastards. Like, not, you know, if you actually espouse that belief, or if you actually hold that belief, I would love to see how you change your fucking tune in an environment of anarchy, where everybody is taking what they can, and there's no restraint on what people can do. Like, there has to be a police force. Now, we can acknowledge the negative underpinnings of the history of the police force in the United States and all that kind of stuff. We can acknowledge the realities of things, but we also need to acknowledge that we need law enforcement. We need judges and lawyers. Like, we need doctors. These are things that we just have to have. But in light of the fact that we have to have these things, we just need to work towards making those things work better. We don't need to eliminate those things. We just need to make them work better. And if you said that, even to individual cops, I think they'd probably be like, I mean, yeah, sure, yeah, I guess I could agree with that. You know, we might have disagreements as to how we get there, maybe. But, you know, again, unless you're too far to the left or too far to the right, I don't think your position is so extreme that, you know, the law enforcement field is doomed eternally, or it is 100% perfect the way it is now. You know, like, those are obviously both incorrect. We could do better. That's again centrism at its finest. Reality is reality, but we can still do better. Like, and I don't think it should be super controversial to say that. It's just about how you go about making these changes. And a lot of people, they do the virtue signally shit. They make their strong statement in the worst way possible. And while they feel better about it, they're not getting anything done.
So yeah, like you said earlier with how like with the do you think that like there is an inherent like do you think that there is like a possible inherent fix to like, you know, people just being like a little bit too much like that are cops, like, and I'm not saying all of them, but I'm just saying, because I mean it's kind of a thing I look at too, where like a lot, I think a reason it gets a lot of people going so much is because of the fact that like police officers, I do think they kind of have like a god complex around them, like a little bit. There's a lot of people of thinking like they cannot do any wrong, like literally like the second they do like burn with a stake. But I do also think to a degree, like when you're in a line of work like that, where like literally like you messing up could mean murdering someone, or like manslaughter, you know, just any kind of like someone losing their life, I guess. Like I see kind of why a lot of people do kind of see it as a thing of like, all right, well this was handled really bad. And then like there's tons of other stories of people that have had like rough situations and everything like that are like out there, to where I do sort of it's tough, because honestly the police issue is like exactly, in my opinion, like at least with the way I look at it, the same as like the gun issue, like overall, is like I can see both sides and like why they think the way they do, like 100% kind of, because like if you were somebody that, you know, like we talked about earlier briefly, like I do think there is some validity to a lot of people that like have had nothing but bad experience with the cops, like you said, like we talked about, and also good, and thinking like, oh yeah, all cops are bad. But I don't really see how a lot of people that are very, very like pro cop and everything, no matter what happens, they always find a way to like blame the person on like the receiving end, like and justify what the cop does just because the cop's a cop. If that's making
I
sense,
mean,
I guess.
yeah, and I think I think part of the problem is understandable. It's an understandable problem. I think, and it's really hard to get into this type of conversation without sounding elite. So I'm going to say the same thing that I always say. I'm not trying to sound elitist, but I probably am going to sound a little bit like that, just because I'm in one of the fields that I think is directly analogous or synonymous with this same dynamic. Because as an attorney, your job is to represent the interests of someone else in a way that they obviously like wouldn't be able to represent their own interests, right? So there is quite often a lot at stake, whether you may not think it's a lot at stake to you, right? So like, for example, if I'm a partnered attorney and I'm making like $200,000, $300,000 a year, a $5,000 lawsuit to me isn't shit, right? But a $5,000 lawsuit to someone who's living paycheck to paycheck is a shit ton of money. That's massively consequential to that person. And that's the way I consider what I do, which on one hand makes me good at what I do, and on another hand, it makes me terrible at what I do. Because on one hand, I genuinely value the significance of the position I'm in, because I'm one of the people that is trained to represent other people's legal interests with respect to life, liberty, and property, right? In a way that they wouldn't themselves be able to do. Like, I respect and appreciate the power that I have been granted by the state of Indiana. That is massively important. And I think like far too many people who become these types of professionals, doctors, lawyers, police officers, judges, don't really they don't really sit with that and grasp the gravity of the power they've been given. Instead, they just receive the power and they start feeling the benefits of the power, and there's the God complex, right? Because I could do the same thing if I didn't sit here and second guess everything I do and say all the time. I could do the same thing. I could man, I was such a fucking cock as a teenager and as a 20-something-year-old. I was so confident, so cocky and arrogant about how smart I was, who I was, everything I was doing. I was like, my shit doesn't stink. I know exactly what I'm doing. If you don't agree with me, you're stupid. And that's that type of God complex. I know better. I'm smarter. I'm in a better position than you. So obviously my positions, my arguments, and my conclusions on all of these topics is obviously going to be more correct and better than yours. Obviously, sometimes that's true. And maybe even more often than not, that might be true. But sometimes it's not, right? And so, it's that part that I feel like gets lost. Even with cops. Sometimes you're wrong. Now, what I think the general population needs to understand is that sometimes it's so easy for a cop to get something wrong. Because there are a lot of situations where they potentially put their own lives on the line. When you walk up to a car that you've never seen before, you have no idea who the fuck's driving it. You have no idea if the car itself is a bomb, right? Yeah, who knows? You literally don't know when you walk up to someone else's car or when you walk up to some other human being. You have no fucking idea. And I think that the general population doesn't appreciate that cops and even our military, they walk into situations where you would fucking piss yourself, right? We need to acknowledge that as a population of regular citizens and people. But on the other hand, if you're one of the people who has been granted this power, you've had bestowed upon thee this greatly significant amount of power and ability, you should acknowledge just how easy it is to make the wrong decision sometimes. And that should cause you to be even more careful in every single interaction you have. So, the case of George Floyd is a perfect example. I don't give a fuck if he was a good or bad person. I don't care about any of that bullshit. It is point blank clear that there is no good reason, unless you're a cop that just apprehended someone and you were literally by yourself and you have to wait 9 minutes for backup to show up, okay? That's the only situation where I could potentially see what Derek Chauvin did being potentially justifiable. But when you're surrounded by people and you have multiple other police officers around you, and you leave yourself leaning full weight on your knee on that guy's neck for 9 fucking minutes, you have to know that there's no good reason to be doing that. Because you could have gotten 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 fucking minutes in and had someone around you help you restrain the guy. You had multiple other officers around you that could have cuffed him and put him in the back seat. There's literally no good excuse for having your knee on someone's neck for 9 minutes. And that either comes from racism, which I don't know this is a problem with the way the media spun that whole trial. It's we technically don't actually know definitively that Chauvin did what he did because he was racist and because he didn't like black people. It very well could have just been that God complex you're talking about. That's you know what? I know what I'm doing. All these people around me, you're fucking peasants. I know what I'm doing. I'm not gonna move, especially if you're telling me to move, I'm not gonna move because I know fucking better than you. And that's why he stayed on that guy's neck for 9 minutes, and that's why he died.
So, on that topic, do you think that being an inner city police officer can I'm trying to think of like a not bad way to ask this. Like, do you think that being an inner city police officer leads to police officers becoming racist? And I mean that in a way of maybe not racist in the way that they would go out of their way to like be mean to certain people, but do you think that I'm trying to like think of like not a fucked up way to ask this. Do you think that like a lot of police officers that are constantly dealing with certain kinds of people and they're only dealing with them in bad regards and they have to deal with like the shit that they get like put through and all that, do you think that that causes an overall like thing in some of their heads that it's like, okay, well this person looks like this and I've dealt with other people that look like this and I've had to deal with this and other people that look like this. Do you think that it like overall puts like a thing in their head of like being like more like aggressive towards certain people because of what they've experienced?
I think it absolutely can. Yes. It obviously doesn't all of the time, but yes, it absolutely can, and it absolutely does sometimes. For sure. Yeah. But that's just because like that's the way humans interact with the world. Like your experiences and your interactions with the world will define how you perceive and in the future interact with the world. Yeah, absolutely. Now, that's why I think when you're in certain positions like this, you have to actively check that. There needs to be some active check on that process. So, I'm not going to ramble, I promise. But this is why, for example, within the legal field, we have a bar that we report to. Like if anyone decided to say that like I committed malpractice or something like that, they file a grievance or a grievance with the bar, and the bar is an independent body that really, aside from the fact that they initially granted my license, has no relation to me whatsoever. There's no reason for them to have any loyalty to me at all. Just the way there's almost no reason for them to necessarily just have loyalty to the people, although I think it should probably be granted more towards the people than the attorneys. But that's why we have an independent board or an independent bar that will review any allegations of misconduct on my end. And that's designed to keep attorneys in check. Say, all right, I see that the way this field goes is taking you in the wrong direction. So we need to tell you, whether it just be a slap on the wrist type of sanction, maybe you got to pay a little fine, maybe you have a temporary suspension where you got to think about what you did for a little bit. But that's where the bar can sort of slap you on the wrist and say, no, don't do that. Do not do that. And I think the same thing needs to be the case for law enforcement. The problem is, as far as I understand, and again, if anyone wants to correct me on this, the problem is that if not universally, almost universally, all of the oversight of individual police officers and individual allegations of misconduct are reviewed and responded to by the same department that the officer works for. That's obviously a conflict of interest. That's where this whole like police brotherhood, like you defend me, I defend you type of thing becomes a thing. There needs to be an independent body that reviews allegations of police misconduct. Number one, like you can't expect the actor's company to also hold the actor to account, especially if you consider like, I don't know, what happens if there's a shortage? We need as many police officers as we can. You really think a police department is going to can an officer for maybe a more minor form of misconduct if they're really, really hurting for police officers? Probably not. Like, you need an independent board to do something like that, and if necessary, maybe even facilitate the replacement of said officer. So that's number one. We need like independent review of the highest fucking levels of power we can be granted. I think that comes to politics. I think it comes to the medical field with doctors and nurses and things like that. It's definitely with lawyers. I fucking know that. And it should also equally be applied to law enforcement. And not only that, but there needs to be a national registry when it comes to this type of stuff. The reason I say this is because, again, as I understand, if a police officer is terminated from one department for misconduct, they can like quite literally county hop to the next county over, which is the next jurisdiction over, and get a job at that new police department. And they basically start fresh because there's no like national registry of like, oh, how many times in the United States has this person committed excessive force or something like that, or used excessive force?
Oh, so it doesn't go on your record or anything?
No, it'll go on your record there, like within that police department, if you did something within that police department. But unless it was something that like actually constitutes a crime, it doesn't go on your record. It's not something that like, you know, other police departments across the country are going to look up and find. And I think that's a problem. The reason I say that's a problem is that's how it works for me, right? I am licensed with the bar of the state of Indiana. If I am sanctioned for any sort of malpractice, or even if I don't keep up on my continuing legal education, which is like an arbitrary thing for the state to make a little bit of money as far as I'm concerned, which is fine. I engage with it because I can pick a few CLE seminars that I think are kind of interesting, and maybe I'll learn some things out of it. But like, if I were to be sanctioned by the Indiana State Bar, that is on my record. Anyone could go on the internet and look that up. You can look me up as an attorney, and boom, you can pull up my roll of attorneys in the state of Indiana and go, oh fuck, hey, he's got a black mark on his history in the state of Indiana. Oh, I wonder what he did. He committed malpractice and the bar slapped him for it. You know, that's something that you can look up. And if any other like half reputable fucking law firm anywhere in the country were to see that I got sanctioned by a state for having committed malpractice, I'd be willing to bet my odds of being employed at that firm just got cut almost by 100%. You know, and that's not the way it works, as I understand, for law enforcement. And it absolutely should work that way, because there are way too many counties for shitty police officers, as few as there are, to just county hop and continue using excessive force or committing misconduct that would be worthy of sanction by whichever governing body there is. So we need an independent body to review allegations of misconduct, number one. And number two, that needs to be something that we can actually look up on a national basis. Because otherwise, you may have a cop that goes and kills someone accidentally, and it's not enough that they get charged with or convicted of a crime, but you know, it happened, and as a result of obviously terrible reputation, because of that fact within that particular community, you have to, like, the police department has to let that police officer go, but then that police officer who committed misconduct that got somebody killed could potentially just go to New York, right? All the way across the country and get a job at a new police department and then go do the same thing. You know, like, obviously we should make it a little bit harder for that to happen. You'll never get rid of that entirely, but there are reasonable steps that are like right fucking there. It doesn't take a genius to come up with these solutions. And we just have not enacted these things that would be a broader solution. Now, it's a completely separate discussion as to why we haven't done those things, but yeah, that's the reality. Iconic says, it's strange your audio is not in sync with the video. The last time I heard that, it was not me, so try refreshing your player. Maybe reset your player. I know there's that. Yeah, reset player button. So anyways.
So I was just gonna say in that regard though, like, how, I mean, for like a police officer, for example, like how, like, I just kind of feel like it may be kind of easy to get away with a lot of stuff without like there being any reports of it. Like in the regard of like, since like, let's say someone actually was kind of like out, like a little bit more aggressive with certain kinds of people and everything, like, on the same note, like, it's kind of like an inner like mental thing that if the person, like, if the police officer wasn't going out of his way and like saying like, you know, mean, like, you know, derogatory terms to them, or like clearly being out of their way, being racist, like how could you really tell that like that was their overall like intention, like, I guess.
I mean, that's a good question. It's hard. right? Because that comes down to everybody's experiences again, because people are going to have different life experiences that'll cause them to interpret that same situation in different ways. You know, it's hard. So what we need to do is understand that we can't account for everything, right? We can't account for all of those types of instances. But what we can do right now would probably result in a lot of good overall. And it would make those things a little bit, not entirely, but a little bit less problematic, because we'd be bringing in more accountability into the system. And that would obviously put some police officers much more on notice that, like, oh, fuck, I better be a lot more careful about the way I conduct myself as a police officer representing the state or the county. So yeah, I like, or the city, whatever, you know what I mean. But yeah, so we just like, we can't account for everything, but we should at least be accounting for the obvious things. And at this current point in time, we are not.
How do you... Oh, man. Oh, how do you, like... Well, in my opinion, and, like, I guess, like, I'd like to hear what you think about this. What do you think... How about, like, what about the approach of... Instead of being like, oh, you know what, like, why not have it be a thing? And I know this is probably city to city, state to state different, like, but I'm saying, like, overall, what I think would work is if, and I guess I don't really know how, like, small town stuff is, because I don't really know, but, like, at least for, like, cities, like, where there is, like, specific areas and, like, groups of people that live within those areas and all that tend to have, like, a higher crime rate and everything, and, like, there has to be more police, why not have the city invest, like, more, like, would it be, like, that much counteractive instead of putting a lot more money into the policing, rather, like, since that's kind of just, like, giving, like, training them better, which it would do better, I do admit that, but at the same regard, why not just take more money from, like, it doesn't even have to be from other stuff, just in general, and just fucking put it towards, like, better education, and, like, better, like, things for, like, these people that are, like, growing up in, like, really poor, like, bad areas, to where they're in, if that problem got solved, I mean, and then this is, like, obviously a pretty broad, like, I don't have the answers to all this, but, like, it just seems to me that you should attack, like, the source of it and not really, like, the solution only. Like, and I feel like that's, like, what happens a lot. Like, I feel like everybody's like, oh, well, like, this wouldn't be that bad if, like, people just knew how to behave. Like, we're in, like, the regards, and the same thing, there's a lot of people that are kind of put in situations to where, like, that's all they're surrounded by and grow up by, to where, like, I don't really think having a ton of police, like, having people grow up in these areas and having their entire families, like, doing crimes and getting taken away from them and, like, getting, you know, maybe roughed up or not as roughed up, but they're always, like, cops are always going to seem like the enemy when they're taking away your family. But, like, it's just, what do you, like, why not just spend money and have the money go to, like, better education and, like, making these people in these poor areas, and I'm not even specifically just talking about minority, I mean just everybody, like, that are more, like, poor, because I mean, like people, like, being, like, poor and, like, stuff like that, like, directly leads to a lot of crime, like and, like, people, like, poverty, I guess.
Yeah, let me
I'm not saying rich people can't.
Let me shortcut this just a little bit. Why can't we do both?
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
I knew, like, we are exactly on the same page. I completely agree with you, right? And this is a part of why I take such an issue with people like HASAN who hate consistency, because, like, consistency is a part of logic, and a part of logic is how we get to the truth, and it also helps us uncover the actual root of the problems that we're facing, which only when we truly understand the root of the problems we're dealing with can we really solve them. So you're 100% correct. Like, number one, we need to make law enforcement perform better. That shouldn't be controversial, okay? It isn't perfect. So unless and until it's perfect, which it never will be, we should be able to say without any sort of controversy or blowback, yeah, I think we could make the police department work better, right? On the other hand, you're 100% correct that we also should look at it from a community perspective too. Like, schools are funded by property taxes in shitty areas. The property taxes are significantly lower because the people can't fucking pay property taxes that are higher. And so therefore the schools are funded terribly. And so like these are things that we should absolutely solve, and we should work towards incrementally solving those things all at the same fucking time. Like we are humanity, okay? We are the like most pervasive fucking being on this entire globe, and it is the year 2022. We should be able to walk and chew bubblegum at the same time, okay? Like, we can work to make the law enforcement aspect of reality and life work better, and we can also provide a little bit better funding through probably better structures that are going to make our educational system in those particularly impoverished areas more effective and actually help these fucking people get out of poverty, such that maybe we don't need to employ 10 times more law enforcement personnel in that particular area. I completely agree with you, and we should be doing both.
And so, like, what do you think is the reason that doesn't happen?
The two-party system.
Like,
Because so the problem is, ideologically, I think some people, even on the other side, even on the conservative side, would acknowledge that, like, okay, yeah, maybe, maybe like law enforcement could be done better. Maybe education could be done a little bit better. But they're still going to vote Republican, and the Republican agenda is not actually going to focus on those things, right? By and large. Now, there are exceptions to this, but that's generally the way it goes. We vote based on the D or the R designation, and we're not concerned about what the policies are behind the D and the R. And like another part of it is just like the way our political structure works. You don't have to actually get shit done, basically. All you got to do is be a smooth talker or be entertaining by saying spicy and stupid shit all the time on Twitter, and you get elected the president of the United States. So like, yeah, fucking no wonder some of the most like consequential policy changes of all time aren't actually happening, because they don't have to. And like, fuck, like if they don't have to do it, why would they? I think we should force them to do it by introducing something like ranked choice voting that is actually going to incentivize the broader population to consider the policies when they place more than one vote on each individual seat. And then we'll see the concern that law enforcement work better as a policy rise up in popularity through the ranked choice voting system. And we'll see things like maybe reforming our education rise up as a policy through the ranked choice voting system. But as it stands, the two-party system is basically just the system of tossing the ball back and forth and not really actually getting much done. So that's the problem, or at least a big part of it, I think. So, yeah.
Well, so why does it seem like for example, like I could be totally wrong by like saying this, and you can tell me if I am, but I feel like I understand there's a lot of like smaller towns, I guess, that have like poverty issues and everything too, but why does it seem like most of like more like city areas, I guess, why does it like, and I'm saying seem because that's just in case this isn't exactly the case and it just seems this way to me, why like does it seem that these cities like Chicago and I guess I don't know much about New York, but like Los Angeles and like a lot of places like this that are like, and even where I live, for example, like although there's thousands and thousands of very, very, very wealthy people, like why does it just seem like there is not really, like, with all the money that gets put into the cities, with all the money that gets like put into like all this stuff and like all this, like why does it just kind of seem that like a lot of like poor people and like people in shitty areas like get talked at as like, oh yeah, well like it's like the quote unquote ghetto, like, and all this, and they get like this bad rep, and like kind of get put in a lot of like shitty spots that I feel like a lot of people that don't grow up in that life don't really understand that it's not as easy as just a bus away from getting out of it. That like I think like I just wonder why like there isn't like it's such like an acknowledged thing, but there really doesn't seem to be like an overall like thing being done about it when the answers are like kind of like not 100% clear on one thing, but there's definitely a lot of things like that could be going on, like education and mental health. And I'm not even saying we should just give a ton of poor people a ton of money. I just mean I don't think like people should be as given the shaft, I guess, like when they're poor, and like I think more should be kind of done. And even if it's even in people's ways of saying I don't want to like be giving them money, like why not just have a thing where it's like, okay, well, wouldn't the like U.S. overall or just the world strive better if there was a lot of people that are in these communities that will never get to see the light of day really in what they're capable of, because like their upbringing and everything that's kind of led to, you know, them being them isn't really like allowing them to.
Yeah, I mean, I think generally the problem is it is far too easy for privileged people to not pay attention to unprivileged people. Okay, well, since you acknowledged it, by the way, yeah, iconic. I know that, but I also don't know that you needed to say that.
No, I know I do. It's just
I know. I'm sure. Yeah, and that's why I didn't say anything, because I've known that you say that a lot, like for a long time. But the reason I haven't said anything is because I firmly believe that's a way, like that's part of how you think through what you're saying. And I know that like it's actually a mechanical tool when you're presenting something or speaking in public or even engaging in a debate, that sometimes you'll use filler language to keep the conversation seemingly rolling while you're thinking in your head of what you're actually trying to say. It's a tool. So I just took it as that's your tool. And yeah, I mean, you may say like a lot, but I'm not going to shit on your tool. And iconic, I'm not saying you were shitting on his tool, but I'm just saying like, yeah, I acknowledge that, and it's okay. I'm still following you. Yeah, I just think, and I got to make this the last point because holy shit, we're 45 minutes beyond when I was usually get off and start going to bed, and I have to pee really bad because I finished this whole beer without getting up to go to the bathroom. But I think the unfortunate reality and the unfortunate real answer there is that it's just too easy for privileged people to not be aware of their own privilege. And when you're not aware of it, you're more likely to become even more privileged and less tolerant to those who are unprivileged, or less understanding of those who are less privileged. And it's unfortunate, but I think that's a matter of like the way the brain tends to work, naturally speaking. Not to say that that's a good thing. I think we need to focus more actively on saying, you know what, like do what I do, you know, because I'll have my days where I'm feeling like a piece of shit. I'm mad about my job, or I'm mad about my stream, or I'm mad about something. And then like I talk to myself and I'm like, holy shit, you know, like these are the things that I get mad about. And someone said, you know, like it's really easy to get into philosophical and existential type stuff when you're so comfortable that you're not living paycheck to paycheck and just trying to survive, you know? Like when someone is working a 70 or 80 hour week to provide for their family, which is like their wife or girlfriend and, you know, 2 or 3 kids or something like that, they're concerned about making ends meet. They don't have time to sit here and like contemplate the broader things that are life and what is and shit like this, you know? And that's understandable. And I think that the privileged people need to be more aware of their privilege and say, yeah, I mean, fuck, I don't have to think about this shit at all. I don't have to think about like, how am I going to make enough money to get this repair done on my car? Like if something goes wrong with my car, I get all frustrated and hissy pissy because I don't have air conditioning for 6 hours. You know, it's like, holy fucking privilege, you know? Like, don't get me wrong. I love that privilege. Like, I am one of those people. Look at the fucking, like, look at the room I'm in right now. Look at the, like, I'm sure you can tell just by the space behind me that, like, this is a decent house. Now, granted, it's a rental, but this is there, just because it's a rental doesn't mean this isn't an indicator of how well I'm doing and what my privilege is. I'm a lawyer. Like, that in and of itself is a result or consequence of privilege. And like, the difference between me and so many other people who are already insanely privileged is they don't check their privilege fucking at all. And so they just give shittier and shittier takes overall as they get more and more privileged. Because I'm telling you, what, like, and I've seen this, it's crazy to me that, like, once you get a little bit of privilege, it is so much easier to get so much more of it. Like, when you start making a good bit of money, it is so much easier to make a shit ton more money. And the people who experience that privilege and that level of financial success don't actually think about how privileged that is. And so they just, to the exclusion of the less privileged, focus on their perspective and say, this is good, man. I don't know why everyone's not already like this, but why don't you just pull yourself up by your bootstraps and get to the same position I am? Meanwhile, not realizing that there are literally certain socioeconomic circumstances that literally, like, keep their thumb on top of certain populations of people. Like, I mean, yeah, it's you've got blinders on, you've got rose-colored glasses on, whether that be intentional or just because of lack of actual care and attention. That's the answer, I think. And it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. And the only thing we can do to try and combat that is have more conversations about stuff like this and hope that one additional privileged person is like, fuck, you know what? I guess that's a good point. And that's why I say, like, the conversations I have with people aren't necessarily intended to immediately change their mind, because I know so many people are just like, they just refuse to have their mind changed in the middle of something, as irritating as that is. But at least I hope to plant a marker or two that you might think about after we've had the conversation. Maybe it's a day from now, maybe it's a week from now, maybe it's a month or a year or a decade. Just think about where you are for 5 fucking minutes, and then think about where other people are for 5 fucking minutes, and realize that, like, this idea that everyone can pull themselves up by the bootstrap is just not true. Because there are literally certain groups of people that we took the bootstraps away from. So, like, step 1 would be to just give them the bootstraps back, you know? Help them out. Mo, thank you. Amen. Yeah, and again, it's not like I'm some crazy leftist, you know? This is just common sense. Like, you can't fuck people and then ask, hey, why are you fucked? You know? And that's what we do with so many groups of people. It's irritating. But anyways, that's that. This has been a super fun conversation, dude. So let's have another one of these soon. Your dad is the man. Damn right he is. Yeah, damn right he is. He's a massive part of why I am who I am and how I am nowadays. Absolutely. Yeah. I appreciate you saying that. So yeah, I'm gonna leave it there because what?
Okay, I just have one more thing. I'm really
oh
sorry.
Boy, okay, you get 2 minutes at most.
Okay, it's not.
I'll piss
another,
myself.
Like, conversation topic.
Okay.
I was just gonna say, like, do you think, like, from what you hear me say and, like, how I explain things and say things, like, do you think that, like, I seem like I somewhat know what I'm talking about, or, like, why I think the way I do?
Yes and no, okay? And I mean that genuinely, authentically, and out of love. You're 23, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're between 8 and 9 years younger than me. There's a lot that you just don't know yet. If I'm being honest with you, and again, not trying to sound elitist, I just have.
No, I don't think you are.
Yeah, I just have between 8 and 9 years of additional experience that I think has been particularly illuminating as to not only the things that I do know and I feel confident about, but the things that I actually don't know and I don't feel confident about. And I think it's that second part that most people don't actually focus on. I actively focus on that on a daily basis. So I'm only saying this because I love you and I think like you are headed in the right direction. I think your perspectives as you currently hold them are definitely founded in your life experience. And the good news is, with respect to the experience and or the wisdom that you lack right now, you absolutely have the open mind and the ability to critically think about these issues, and such that you're only going to be better and better over the years. Like you are in. Here's what I used to say this all the time with respect to my brother. Jordan Xenon, who's been in here a few times. I say this all the time. I have said this so many times, and I will continue to say it throughout my life. Like, I genuinely think my brother is more developed, like more well developed at his age than I was at that age, and it impresses me, like all the time, the way my brother handles things at the age he is. And he's 20. Well, I think. Oh my God, my math is fucked. 25 now. So he's right around your age range. And I genuinely think like his perspective is ahead of where mine was at that age. And that's not to say that he or you will necessarily get past or get up to or even past where I am by this point, because it all depends on fucking everything that happens from here on out. But what I will say is, just like my brother, you are just the right type of person to have this kind of conversation with. Because you're receptive, you mean well, you're looking for the answers as to how to do better. You take in disagreement and you reflect on it and ask further questions to better understand the disagreement. I love all of that. Like, basically every conversation I've had with you has made me like appreciate and respect you as an individual more and more and more, not less. So yeah, you should really feel comfortable with who you are at this point in your life.
All right, sweet. That's I was a little worried, like when you first said yes and no. I was like, oh man, what's the no gonna be? But
yeah.
I was like, well, yeah, like, and I'll just do my clout closing statements.
Yeah. Go ahead and plug your socials while you're at it. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I just think like I don't know. I just think I've in the past like 2 or 3 years like very started trying to like see other people's like side of things, and like although like I'm still not perfect at it and there's still some people I really could not see their side no matter how hard I try. I literally like I've come to notice a lot of things, and I've seen a lot of things in the past like couple years that I wasn't like exposed to, like is like for example, like quick when I lived in a small town, I wasn't seeing the same stuff I was seeing that I see every day living here.
For sure.
To where like I've been eye opened honestly a lot to a lot of things. I think I've learned a lot. I think, and I honestly think it's been a very good thing for me, because I feel like I was very only for a while, especially my teen years, like just kind of growing up, like, oh, I don't give a shit about whatever everyone else has to go through. Like, it's my life. Like, that's like all I care about. And like, I'm not like saying that as like a proud thing. That's just how it is.
Yeah.
And I'm thankful that like now, like I've kind of like started to realize, unfortunately, like how a lot of things aren't just cookie cutter dry. Like how, like back in the day, I did kind of have that mentality of like, oh, well, like these people like are just living a life of crime.
Thank you for the like, Mo.
Get a job, and like like I did have that outlook, but then I like kind of like learned, and like I like talk to people and like learn things, and it makes me happy to know that I'm like kind of grasping like the reality of things, in my own opinion, of like at least to a degree of like seeing that like not everything is just one easy step away for like everything. And I think, and a lot of the things I feel like I back, like I feel because of like moral reasons, I suppose, like in a way of like I think everybody like should be having the same fucking like basic like things, I guess, like that. I feel like unfortunately living where we do, and like when most like like quote unquote like top tier wealthiest countries, like it's kind of unfortunate that there's still a lot of areas that like if you went to and I'm sure you've been to them as well or seen them or heard of them, like that is just kind of like you would never really picture, like with everything that goes on, that like it's unfortunate that we still have like these issues
Yep.
like as
Yep.
bad as they
That's
are.
that's one of the reasons for my depression, dude. So
It,
yeah, well, I mean, sorry to potentially foreshadow your future, but yeah, that is one of the things that causes me to be depressed every once in a while. It's like, how the fuck are we humanity, and we are nearing 8 billion people on this planet, and we have gone through all of the innovation and industrialization and the advancement that we have gone through as the human race in 2022, and we're still dealing with these stupid fucking issues. Yeah, it is frustrating. But bring the reality back into it. That's the way things are. So the only thing we can possibly do to try and make a difference when we understand these things is just little bits and one conversation like this at a time.
yeah, and I think that's true. And okay, like 100% the last thing. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm literally gonna piss myself.
Okay, I literally just gotta say one last thing. Like,
Okay.
is there anything that like you see that I do like that like you think like on these kind of talks I could like improve on, I guess?
No, I don't. Nope.
Like you think like I have like I have it down like pretty well? Like,
Well, I don't know. I think if I was going to give you a more fleshed out answer there, I would have to see how you engage in these types of conversations with other people without you knowing that I'm being here. So like the kind of double blind study thing.
yeah.
But at least insofar as you interact with me, I can tell that you do that in good faith every single time. And when I push back against even the tiniest thing you say, instead of getting defensive or aggressive or condescending about your position, you start asking questions about why I have mine. And that's all you can do. So if you're not doing what you're doing with me, with other people, do that, and then you'll be fine.
All right.
Yep.
Sounds good.
That's all I got for you, man.
All right. All right. Well, that will conclude this.
Perfect. This honestly, this might be the most valuable conversation we've had to date. So I appreciate you hanging out and talking with me for a while.
Yeah, and I think we should do this again because I definitely, if we had more time, I would have more things to say. So.
Good. So I can't wait to do another one of these conversations. Write some of the topics down so you keep them fresh, and then we'll go through them. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Sounds good.
All right. Perfect. I'm gonna hop off and go pee.
All right. Sounds good, dude. See
All
ya.
right. Night, man. Okay. Good stuff, stream. I honestly love this whole stream. Man, if I could have more conversations, more streams like this, my life would be, I would feel so fulfilled. So to the extent that anyone else wants to have a productive conversation in the name of broader understanding, or you know of anyone who might benefit from something like that, or might enjoy it, if not benefit from it, however you define shit, bring them my way or come my way, because that was fantastic. And I am ending today's stream on a very positive note. So with that, I'm gonna go pee, and I love you guys. Thanks for hanging out, and we'll see you on Wednesday. Goodbye.
you